At the board meeting for February 2024, we continue Mrs. Mejia's tradition to read the mission statement. Students will be challenged to become college and career ready and lifelong learners. The Orange Unified School District will actively partner with the community as its leading educational institution that provides a technology-rich and innovative learning environment for all students. Item 1, call to order. Roll call members of the Board of Education. Arlene Perez, present. Mr. John Contreras.
Present.
Mr. Hector Lafarga, I know he's going to be a few minutes late. Dr. Teresa Marino
Present.
and Mrs. Esther Mejia.
Present.
Awesome. So we will move on to item 2, public comments on closed session items. And we'll come back. Oh, do you
Yeah, we don't have any. No.
Oh, sorry. There, no problem. Thank you. We'll move on to item 3, adjourn to closed session, and we will be back at 5, reconvene in open session. Roll call members of the administrative cabinet, Dr. Vegas.
Present. Dora Soto Delgado,
Present.
Dean Cochran, present. Jasmine Chavez Diaz,
Present.
Isela Castañon,
Present.
Dr. Virginia Kelson,
Present.
Jacanda Rodriguez Padilla.
Present. Thank you. We'll move on to item 6, item B, pledge of allegiance. Do we have somebody who will be pledge of allegiance? No?
No student today.
Mr. Lopez, do you mind leading us in pledge of allegiance?
Ready to begin? And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And again, si necesitan traducciones con español, la señorita María Hernández está aquí para ayudarles. Gracias. We'll go on to item 6, adoption of the agenda. Dr. Villegas, are there any items to pull?
Yes, there are a few things that will be pulled.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I would like to direct the board's attention, please, to item 16F rank 4(1)A, changing the effective date to March 1st, 2024. And 2 items under new business, items 16F rank 5 and 16F6. Please remove the word city from the district's title in both of those. Thank you. Thank you. Item 15.
Sorry, item 15, F5 and item 15, F6. Okay, thank you. With that being said, I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
Moved by Mr. LaFarga, seconded by Dr. Marino. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving forward, 5-0. Moving on to item 7, reports of actions taken in closed sessions. Dr. Vegas.
No, we had nothing to report from closed session today. Thank you.
Awesome. We'll move on to item 8, recognition of the Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year 2024 nominees.
Well, thank you so much. This is one of the fabulous things that we get to see here with our students. You know, the part of being part of the Boys and Girls Club is that on a yearly basis, the Whittier and Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Club come together and select Youth of the Years. And it's really a fantastic event that comes on a yearly basis where we get to learn so much about our students. And this year we had some finalists from our district. And actually, we had one of them being a winner. So we are going to be recognizing all 3 of our students here today. And we've invited them to come and they're going to be sharing their speech with us as well. And so I'd like to invite them to the podium. And if we can all give them a big round of applause as they come up. Please come up. We have Kimberly tonight.
My name is Kimberly Copao. I would like to share my speech with you guys. So thank you for listening. Do you believe that anything is possible in spite of all my hardships that I face? I do. My parents got divorced when I was 4 years old. I still got to see my dad, but it wasn't the same. I felt alone. I was always the last kid to get picked up after school because my mom was always working. Sometimes my older sister would pick me up and that would make me so happy. A few years later, my mom married my stepdad. I had no idea what a big part of my life he would become. We moved to Pico Rivera when I started middle school. We thought this was going to be a fresh start for us. We felt safe in a new house, but my stepdad started to get really sick. We didn't think it would be something serious, but that sickness turned into years of surgery and treatment and changed my entire life. One day, my mom took me aside and told me that doctors were recommending hospice. I had never even heard the word hospice before, but I knew it was bad for him and for our family. My mom called from the hospital. She told me he was about to pass away. I had to come and say goodbye. This was so much for a 16-year-old to process. On the way to see him, I was so scared. I wished it was a joke. I wished I could walk into his room and he would give me a big hug like he normally did. That's not what happened. He passed away before I got there. I promised him in another life we will see each other again. He stayed so strong for our family and for me. He tried to share as much wisdom as he could, and I love hearing his life stories. He treated me like a daughter, and that is something I'll always be grateful for. While I was still processing the passing of my stepdad, my family experienced another tragedy. Not even a week later, my sister was in coma. This was so much going through my mind. My sister was a mother figure to me. The fact that someone did this to her on purpose had me so angry. My mom lost her husband, and her daughter was hospitalized within a week. I wanted to be there for her, but I didn't know how to help. I knew we had a lot of bills, and sometimes there was no food. With all this going on, I still had to keep my head up. I felt like no one could possibly understand what I was going through. I shut people out and kept to myself. I faked my smile to hide my sadness. I shut people out. I stopped going to the Boys and Girls Club for a while because of everything going on. But my loneliness was just eating me up inside. As soon as I came back into the club, staff Eugene noticed something was different. I tried to lie and say I was fine, but Eugene saw right through it. He told me it's okay not to be okay. In the moment, I realized I never let the pain out. I always kept going. Another question he asked me was, how have you been coping? I did not know how to answer because I was not coping. I just kept going. With Eugene's help, I learned how to cope. And now I tell myself, and I'm telling you, that you might think that you're going through a lot, but there's always others who have it worse. The Boys and Girls Club taught me to be more social. They taught me to set and keep big goals. The club challenged me to think about my future, and I'm thinking about college and what my career goals are. I don't have everything figured out yet, but I know I have the tools to succeed at whatever comes next. Thank you.
Great job there, Kimberly. And next we have Irma Topete.
Good evening. Thank you for coming. My name is Irma Topete. I'm a senior at Salazar High School. I'm grateful for the path I've taken with the Boys and Girls Club. Before coming to the Boys and Girls Club, my family had a difficult time finding transportation to school for my brother and me. Luckily, I learned about the club through some friends that attended the program. This was the beginning of a great change in my life. Not only did the club give me the resources for the challenges I didn't know were coming, but it also gave me a sense of direction, a sense of family, and unbelievable friends. In the last couple of years, my family has dealt with financial and medical issues. My family's financial situation is very stressful. It caused me to find a job to help sustain my household. With my part-time job, I am able to help my mom with a portion of the bills and help relieve some weight off her shoulders. Taking this job came with a cost. I had to go straight to work every night after the club, leaving little time for homework. But it helps alleviate some of my mom's pressures, which allows her to focus more on her medical issues. Earlier this year, my mom was diagnosed with throat cancer. This was devastating. Not only is she working 2 jobs and fighting to keep us financially afloat, my poor mother is now fighting for her life. After finding out, I was lost for words for a few days. It wasn't until I saw Eugene's face. As soon as I saw him, the words and tears flowed like a fountain. He said it would be okay and that he and the club would be there for me and my family. This is yet another example of how the club has a positive impact in my life. Eugene. Eugene is a staff member at the Pico Rivera Boys and Girls Club. He has encouraged me to dream big, making a better future for myself. He has been someone uplifting in my life that has been there to guide, motivate, and push me along the way. He has been someone that has been there to motivate me. Eugene is a person I have relied on when I need someone to talk to, or when I need to tell him about my day or if I'm going through personal issues. He's like a brother to me. Eugene and the club gave me and my brother opportunities and experiences that we wouldn't have had if it wasn't for them. Things like driver's ed, community service opportunities, fitness club, financial literacy, trips to the beach, and many college tours. One of my favorite experiences was when I was offered the opportunity to go to a summer camp in Big Bear. I got to be with teens from all over California. At camp, I felt free from all my responsibilities, and that allowed me to enjoy myself. The Boys and Girls Club has broadened my horizon and shown me that there's much more out there. But most importantly, they have given me the hope and skills to get through all the challenges I'm facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next we have Maya Elias.
I remember as if it were yesterday, the day I couldn't hide anymore. It was just my mother and I at the kitchen table eating carne con chile as we talked about anything and everything. So as we were eating and talking with smiles on our faces, I asked my mother jokingly, "Ma, what if I never took honors or AP classes or joined basketball? If I just did what was average, wouldn't that be enough? Wouldn't I be enough?" By the end of those questions, I no longer had a smile on my face, but tears falling one after the other. This was the first time I ever cried to anyone, let alone my own mother, about my stress from school. It was this moment in time during my freshman year of high school, I'd finally let the cracks from within me reach the surface. To provide a bit of context, I've always been a high achiever in my academic career. Something I instilled into myself, even though it was never pushed upon me by my parents. But what my parents did push onto me was to finish what I started. So these values, heading into my first year of high school, I jumped straight into honors classes, my first AP class, and joined basketball, a sport I never once played. Taking rigorous classes was nothing new to me, but the 3-hour-long practices every day after school, practice or games on Saturdays, and every night hours of homework weighed on my mind. Later, my stress went beyond my conscious mind to seep into my nights with dreams of zombie apocalypses. But what followed me throughout the day were the aches in my chest. So even when I knew something had to be done, something had to give, my sense of responsibility, commitment, and my stubbornness led me to ignore all the warning signs and continue. Thankfully, somewhere along the way, I found a place that helped me during this challenging time in my life, the Boys and Girls Club. It was an after-school program that offered so much more than what I could ever expect. It was a place where all the staff were welcoming and encouraged our interests and ideas, things beyond just grades in school. It was a place where I saw the lives and struggles of so many other students, some who I would never have fostered friendships with otherwise in that one location. Most of all, it became my place of comfort where I could rest when even my stress followed me home. I even brought my friends and teammates to the club, knowing this could also be their place of peace, just as it was for me. So on days more unbearable than others, I knew where to go, even if it was only for 30 minutes. Because no matter how long or short my time there was, I would leave with so much more. I left with newfound strength, balance, energy, and hope. All that would empower me to push through and not simply give up. So now, as I continue my journey through school and adulthood, I'll think back on that challenging year. But most importantly, of all the good it brought me. I wouldn't have found the Boys and Girls Club. I wouldn't have learned to be more compassionate toward myself. I wouldn't have learned how resilient I am if it wasn't for the pain I experienced. So while I still have many things to manage in my life, in school and out, I know now, regardless, I am enough. I know I have my family, my friends, and the staff to talk to when I feel overwhelmed, but most of all, how to balance my life. So that feeling of imbalance I once had 2 years ago will not overpower me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And do you have certificates for all of you? And I know we want to take a picture, but I know the board.
Yeah, can we say a couple, that was phenomenal, we have to say something. So we'll start this way, Dr. Marino.
We listened to three remarkable young ladies. You are just a true unique case of strength, resilience, and optimism. Thank you so much for sharing these parts of your lives and what the Boys and Girls Club has, how it has helped you in this remarkable journey that you are now on. You know, I know you will be successful in every endeavor that you take. You're just remarkable and amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaFarga.
Hello again. I had the opportunity to hear the speeches at the year event a few weeks ago, and still really moved by your stories. You know, you're sharing very personal things, very compelling things, but it's also, there's a sense for me of transformation, which is just beautiful. So I'd like to congratulate you, your parents, for where you're at right now at this point in time, and thank the Boys and Girls Clubs of Whittier and Pico Rivera for providing a safe space, a voice for our students, and really just a place to just be who they are. And so I think that's part of the transformation that you're all sharing with this story. So thank you so much for being brave to continue to share your story, and well done.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras.
Thank you. And again, I share the same thing what Hector said. It's awesome still hearing it. I mean, it still hits me, you know, so great job. You know, it was awesome, you know, at the event, and it's awesome now. So all three of you guys did a very great job. Congratulations. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Oscar Hernandez from the Boys and Girls Club that's here. If you can please stand. Thank you for what you do. Our judges that were responsible in listening and moving these girls along partially, Kimberly Garcia, Yarisma Rocha, and Sheriff Carla Sepulveda. They're here. I'd like to thank you guys for being part of the process. I know it's a lot of donated time and effort, and thank you so much. All three of the speeches, I believe, mentioned one person, Eugene. Thank you for what you have done in the past, and hopefully, you know, you will at one point continue to be back here with the Boys and Girls Club at our Pico Rivera base. You've done wonders in the show, so thank you. I'd also like to, Kimberly, your family hardships, you know, I felt them there, and it's, you know, it really hits home. All three of you, Irma, you know, you also talked about your mom having cancer. My mom has cancer as well, so I feel that. And Maya, I mean, all three of you guys already are enough. All three of you guys, you are enough. Know that you're very strong ladies, and I know you're going to be very successful in whatever you do. So congratulations to all three of you guys.
Yes, absolutely. I echo my colleagues' sentiments. You three girls are amazing. I also heard this speech. I attended the event, and it's very touching. And I just want to say that we're very proud of you, and that you guys are great role models. Other girls will be able to identify with you. They're not gonna feel like they're alone, because you know you were vulnerable and you shared your story. So thank you for that. I also do want to thank Mr. Hernandez, because this Boys and Girls Club is like another oasis for us. It's a safe space for our students. I also need to thank our director, Ms. Soto Delgado, for bringing the Boys and Girls Club to our
And so do we have time for a picture?
Can I say my screen? Sorry, no, it's okay. Echoing what they said, thank you so much, Boys and Girls Club. Thank you, Eugene. They speak highly of you. And so thank you for everything you do. To the girls, thank you for being vulnerable. I know that takes a lot to share your story, you captivated this entire audience. And I thank you for sharing that. And I feel like everything happens for a reason. This morning I had like a small surgery, so I'm not feeling great, but I have to smile. And so when I heard your speeches, I was like, if they can do it, I need to do it. If they can be there, I need to do it. And so thank you. You have no idea what your speech means, even, for me. Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to see what you're going to do in the future. Thank you.
Come on up, please, for a picture. What about Eugene? Yeah. Like a club, like I know in the house.
Yes, I was talking to my Estamos aquí para
I know, me and her, I don't know.
Okay, we will continue. I would tell the meetings just have the speeches like that, though, like, there's no stay here all day. All right, let's continue to item 9, correspondence items on the agenda, blue comment cards, Dr. Villegas.
We do not have any blue comment cards at this time.
Move on to item 10, public comments, items not on the agenda, yellow comment cards, and just a courtesy reminder, want to make sure that we are respectful of the 3 minutes, so I'll just give you a heads up when we have about 20 seconds left, and if you can just wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Okay, so first up, we have
I'm the only one speaking today. We have to go with this.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, yellow.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President and Board, for allowing me to get ahead of everybody else. Good evening, Rancho community. First of all, I want to take the opportunity to thank the staff. Last week, as you know, we had a fire at Bernie Elementary School. And I have to say that I went on campus to check on my peeps. And I was really impressed by our principal, Sandra Gallegos, how well she ran the program along with her psych and her staff. How the kids came in, received their lunch, they ate, and then they went to the playground, and the rotation was fabulous. I didn't get one complaint from the staff, which, thank you, Jesus. That it went well. But I know that she had Mrs. Gallegos had the support of Dora, Dean, David, and I also want to really thank Billy and the cafeteria staff, because to change gears at night in the morning, that's pretty tough on your crew, and it was a nice afternoon. So thank you, district, for that. Also too, as I said before, that I was just going to share some good things that are happening around our campus. We had a union meeting today, and our reps shared, for example, at South Ranchito, the political group is up and running. They have another advisor, which means that their staff, their kids are joining the political. North Ranchito had a boot camp of obstacles, and the kids loved it. River Elementary, the 5th graders went to an Astro camp. It went well. Our kids, now that we're out of COVID, many activities are now occurring on campus. For example, lunch with a special someone. Our Rancho High School had a week of love. The cheer kids are national champs. The decathlon team did very well. Congratulations. We have our 2 coaches here.
Carlos and Steve, nice job with the kids, and obviously the kids worked their tails off. STEAM, sixth graders and the other grade levels are preparing for the PBL. The topic of the year is climate change. The adult school, good news, they were under the accreditation and they received a 6-year, which is fabulous, great job, adult school. North Park, the robotics, they have their competition with the other kids, a good turnout. Salazar, we heard one of the lovely young lady, Irma, who spoke on behalf of your student at Salazar, and your rep was very complimentary. Eric, Mr. Chapino, was very proud to share what was happening, so he's back there, so thank you.
No, can we wrap it up? Sorry, I know the time goes by fast.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Then I'm gonna use my yellow card first. So I did the labor report, which I shared the good things. Now I'm going to do my yellow card, okay?
Okay.
All right, good evening, Dr. Villegas and Rancho bargaining team. In December, ERT presented its compensation proposal of 10% on the salary schedule. ERT waited patiently for the district to counter offer for 2 months. On February 7th, ERT met with the district negotiating team and the district countered with 2%. ERT's negotiating team was dissatisfied with the counter offer. We stated that the offer was not acceptable. With COLA being 8.2 for the school year, it was very disappointing for the district that countered with a 2. Let me remind you again how the members of ERT continually sacrifice to keep the district solvent. And I know we have 3 new people, so I'm just going to give you a brief history of what we've been going through for many years. So from 2008 to 2004, we had 0 raises, 30 furlough days. In 2015, a 5.5 raise, a 2016 of 4%, and we're very appreciative, but it still didn't make up for the wages that we lost during the furlough days. Then we come back in 2017, 2018, a 1.56 and a 0.5 bonus. Again, we start to drop. Then 2018, 2019, a 2% bonus, which means it's not on the salary schedule. That's the problem. Then in 2019 and 2020, a 2% salary on the salary schedule. And then in 2020, 2021, a 2% on the salary schedule, and then a 2% bonus. We were told to be patient. As you all know, many of our colleagues have been patient for decades. Then in 2021, 2022, a 5% on the schedule. Last year, you were pretty good. You gave us a 9.25 and a 2% bonus, but that only came about because you gave a higher salary to the other unions. You didn't provide that 2%, so we're now behind again 2% because we didn't get on our salary schedule. If we do appreciate, that you made the attempt to move us up. However, when you're working in districts around here, some of them are making almost 140,000. Those of us who made a life of working here, our average pay is 94,000. I figured out for me, I'm being very, thinking about me today, and it would take me 23% to be able to be competitive with the Whittier schools. We want our district to be competitive. We want people to come and work here. We want our district to hire the very best. Right now, most young people could choose where they want to go. We want our district to stop losing quality teachers. We have teachers going elsewhere where they can make money. Dealing with the effects of the pandemic, we've asked the district to remember our teachers. Our kids have come up since the pandemic with a lot of issues, academically, behavior-wise, and our teachers and our staff, our psychs, our speech people, our counselors, they are busting their butts to get kids to learn and to get through the day. We heard the troubles that our kids are going through, and this staff here in this room have been at their side to help them feel better and to be successful. We're asking the district to fairly compensate its employees who have devoted their careers and livelihoods to our Rancho Unified School District. Remember, COLA for this school year is 8.22. This is what we're negotiating. Now, next year may be a different circumstance, but right now, your goal as a board and as a cabinet to help our teachers and our staff and our members be whole, complete. That's what we're asking for. So I hope you have these discussions among yourself of what we need and to make up for the losses that we have gotten in the last several years. Thank you.
So now we can go ahead and go with public comment, not on the agenda, and we have several. So we'll start with Monica Sorensen.
Good evening, school board members, district cabinet members, colleagues, and members of the community. My name is Monica Hernandez Sorensen, and this is my 29th year as an elementary teacher in the district. I'd like to begin on a positive note by recognizing the El Rancho Academic Decathlon team who placed second in Los Angeles County. These decathletes deserve to be recognized for their amazing accomplishment. Their success is also linked to their dedicated coaches, Mr. Melgar, Mr. Francis, and the many other teachers who coach them in multiple academic areas. These hardworking teachers that I just mentioned and the many other dedicated teachers of the district deserve better than the 2% raise that the district has proposed. I have chosen to stay in this district even though it is financially disadvantageous. I have made many connections with families over the years, and I've stayed because I feel that I'm making a positive difference in the lives of my students. All of the teachers in the district deserve to be fairly compensated for their hard work and dedication to the students of Peak Rivera. I'd like to remind the current district cabinet members that the teachers of this district have sacrificed much to keep the district financially solvent in difficult times. Over 5 school years from 2009 to 2014, teachers took 30 furlough days. We have not forgotten those 30 furlough days. Those furlough days were a huge loss for all the dedicated teachers who chose to remain in this district. In addition to taking 30 furlough days, we have renegotiated our healthcare benefits multiple times. Let me use my own family as an example to illustrate the point of how our district compares to surrounding districts. My sister-in-law is a teacher in the Hacienda La Fuente Unified School District. She has been teaching for 21 years, and this is my 29th year as a teacher. She makes $15,803 more than I do, with 8 fewer years as a teacher. She is extremely dedicated to her students. I'm glad that she receives a fair compensation for all of her hard work. So I am here tonight to remind the district that it has benefited significantly from an infusion of money from California's budget. The COLA offered by the state is 8.22%, yet the district is only offering 2% to the dedicated employees of the district. Please remember the sacrifices and the 30 furlough days we took in the past to keep this district solvent. Show the dedicated employees of this district that you truly value them by offering a fair compensation. Your actions speak louder than words. I hope for a positive outcome for all the employees of the district. Thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Navarro.
My name is Lisa Navarro Manzel, and I'm a first grade teacher. This evening, I'm addressing the district's counter proposal of 2%. I've worked in the Rancho Unified School District for 38 years. I've been a teacher for 28 years and a classroom aide for 10. Before that, while I was going to school. I have chosen to remain in the district because I want to do justice to my former teachers, such as Sophie Ellis, who was Julie Ellis's mother. Yeah, I go way back. Okay, so she was my teacher at Burke Middle School before it was C. And she had a class when I was in the 8th grade. She had created this class and allowed us to go back to our elementary school. We would go back to our elementary school on Monday through Thursdays and help in the classrooms with the teachers and the students. Then on Fridays, we would report back to Mrs. Ellis's class and tell her what we had been doing in the classrooms to support the students and the teachers. Imagine this. You try to help us figure out what we wanted to do when we grew up. And she showed us whether we became teachers or not, helping out others was a way to go. I also wanted to talk about Kathy Robbs and Barbara Kunoy. Sorry. I worked with them under different capacities. They were teachers, principals, resource personnel, who supported me during my early time here in the as a classroom aide, as a student in college, and as a brand new teacher working on a permit. All these ladies and so many other teachers and staff have been so supported and treated me like family. Unfortunately, times have changed. Now, I and many of the other staff feel like we're just being treated like a number. I have worked for more than 2/3 of my life here. And I have a few more years to go before retirement. Please do right by myself and my fellow teachers. 2% is an insult, especially since you cheated us out of 2% last year. Gave us a bonus, but that does not go on our pay schedule and does not affect our retirement. There's quite a few of us who are ready to go soon. Please do the right thing. Help us getting back that money that should have been on our schedule, and that will help us with retirement and moving on and paying for the things that we need to do for our own families. Don't start treating us like a number, pay us our worth. I know that you need to have a 3% reserve, but I know that you have more than that. Pay us our worth. This district has significantly benefited from an infusion of money from the COLA account, 8.22%. However, the district is offering 2%. That makes me start to think, where is the rest of that money going? Because it should be coming to us. The district has the opportunity to compensate its employees fairly and show with action, not just words, that it values the dedicated, loyal employees of the Rancho Unified School District. Thank you.
Next, we have John Hernandez.
Thank you so much, members of the school board, for allowing me to speak tonight and address you about what we've been just discussing. For those of you who may not know me, I'm John Hernandez, and I have been teaching in this district for 20 years. I was 19 years at Bernie Elementary, and now I'm in my 9th year at Rivera Middle School. And I'm addressing the district's counter proposal of 2%. The reason why I remain in this district, when I started, when I did my student teaching, I had a really good guide who was watching me, and she was a principal in Fullerton, and she wanted me to work in Fullerton. And so when I was done, I did my last day of student teaching in front of her. She was trying to entice me to go to her district, and she even let me know that if you go to Fullerton, I was like in my 3rd or 4th year of teaching. I was a student teacher. She said you'd be making $20,000 more. $20,000 more. This was back in the year 2000, and But I said no. I said no because I am loyal to my family is from Pico Rivera. I'm from Pico Rivera. I graduated from Rancho. And I couldn't leave. I couldn't leave and I stayed. And I have no regrets, even though I would have made a significant amount more working in Fullerton. But what is frustrating is because every time the district seems to receive a nice cost of living adjustment or allowance, when it's time to bargain and we expect something reasonable, this happens. This is not the first time this has happened. This has happened before where we've been offered 2% with COLAs of about 8 to 10%. And it's just so unfair and it's just so insulting and so demeaning. And, you know, sometimes my wife likes to tease me about it. Maybe you should have taken that Fullerton job. But I'm glad I didn't still to this day because of the people and the community that I love and that I'm committed to. So remember, again, that the COLA for this school year is 8.22%. Okay, not 2%, 8.22%. And this district has the opportunity to compensate its employees fairly and to show with action, not just words, that values the dedicated, loyal employees of the Rancho Unified School District. So we look forward to continuing negotiations, but please give us the respect that we deserve. Please don't be treating us like, you know, don't take us for granted because there's going to be a lot of us leaving in the next 5 or 6 years. And what are you going to do when you're trying to hire new talent, new staff, and they're going to be looking at the pay scale and going, I'm going to go somewhere else.
Gabriela Luna. Steve Francis.
Stepping on everyone as I come up to the podium here. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Rancho community, for giving me the moment to speak here. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Carrion and Mrs. Sorensen for the kind words about the academic decathlon team. We're very proud of the students. And as Mr. Mulgar and I will tell you, it's student driven. That's where the pride comes from. We do a great job of bringing great students to the team, and then they perform at the levels that we know they can. It's them, it's not us. But we thank you for your support and your recommendations. Again, my name is Steve Francis. I'm in year 26 teaching at El Rancho High School, and I'm here to talk about the district counter proposal of 2%. Part of what I was just talking about with the academic decathlon team is El Rancho pride, and we all know how deep El Rancho pride runs through this community. And it stems from what happens in the classroom with our students day in and day out. We see greatness in those students, and that brings a pride to us as adults to go in there every day and give them our best. But I want to paint a picture for you that to me is a bit demoralizing as a teacher and a teacher leader on my campus. When a young student comes out of college, credentialed, excited, and ready to teach, and they do look at that pay scale, and they look at the districts around ours, they don't see a very high pay scale starting pay for our scale, and they go and they look elsewhere. But with little experience, they don't get those jobs elsewhere. And for lack of a better phrase, they end up here. And not that that's a bad thing, but that wasn't their first choice. They come here to El Rancho, and what do? We put money into their professional development. We support them, we bring them along, we turn them into fantastic teachers. And a few years down the line, when they have that experience to go on to another district and the opportunity comes, the opening comes, they take it. They take that pay raise by going to another district, which is frustrating for us because then we got to start the cycle all over again. Is that what is best for our students? Is that what's best for the kids that we put so much energy and consideration to, that is the source of our pride? Should we be treating our kids this way by not retaining the teachers that we're training and bringing along and putting the best adult in the classroom for them? I don't think so. I think we can do better as a district by properly compensating the adults that are in the classroom every day with these kids that bring so much pride for all of us. And until we start having a competitive salary with those around us, we are still gonna be, it's gonna be a brain cipher on a regular basis as teachers gain experience and we put more money, good money into these teachers' trainings, to their professional development, to their development as a teacher. They're gonna see the financial benefit to them to go elsewhere and not stay within our district. And then we're gonna again start the cycle all over again. And it's frustrating. I see that in my department, I see that in other departments. I see some years we start with long-term subs sitting into our classrooms for months on end, and it's not what our students deserve. We can do better. I have higher expectations for you as our leaders in our district. We can do better.
Sean Cunningham.
Good evening. My name is Sean Cunningham. I teach at Durfee. I'm actually going to read a letter from a teacher who was unable to come tonight, but did want to speak. So, dear El Rancho community, my name is Mikey Sethman. I'm a first grade teacher at Durfee Elementary. This evening, I'm addressing the district's counter proposal of 2%. I have worked in El Rancho for almost 30 years and have chosen to remain in the district because of the wonderful families I have taught and love, but also because of the people whom I work with and the amazing colleagues I call my friends. I know many teachers in the district share my sentiments. The district has significantly benefited from an infusion of monies from California's budget. COLA for this year is 8.22%. However, the district is offering its employees a salary increase of just 2%. This district has the opportunity to compensate its employees fairly and show with action, not just words, that it values the dedicated loyal employees of Rancho Unified. I hope you know we are only asking for what is fair and just. We would never ask for more than what the finances can be covered. That's just not who we are. You'll all remember for a few years how we all had to sacrifice our salaries, from taking many furlough days and of course to the many who were laid off year after year. We know that tough times don't last, but tough people do. And I think we can proudly say that we weathered some of these tough times together. But now we are not being shown our true worth as educators by the district's sad salary counter proposal of 2%. And just to offer a small comparison on what 2% actually is, for myself, 2% is less than what I spend each year for union dues. 2% is 1/3 of what I pay for medical coverage through the district. And lastly, and most importantly, as an elementary teacher, 2% is less than what I pay for things in my classroom that I buy year after year for our students. Things I will never get reimbursed for. Please rethink how you make each and every one of us feel with the absurd counter offer you make. Again, we will never ask for more COLA or any amount that would negatively affect our students. We're concerned about this school year and hopefully we'll always work as a team in negotiations when COLA changes year to year, as we know it does. Always remember the quote that a man of value will give more than he receives, and the value you place in others has no limit. Please show the educators of this wonderful community we work in that you indeed value us and respect our hard work with the salary increase closer to the COLA for this year. Thank you.
Emily Waldron.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. So my name is Emily Waldron. I've been teaching at El Rancho. This is my 7th year. My husband also works at El Rancho High School. He's been teaching there for almost 20 years. I'm also on the ERFT bargaining team. And I'm here to respond to the district's counter proposal of 2% raise for teachers in our district. I just really want to express how essential it is for us to continue to see our salaries raised to a level that we deserve and a level that is competitive with the neighboring districts in our area. And I will say this coming from a place of like, my husband and I are very invested in this community. My husband grew up here. He's been teaching here for a very long time, and I can tell how special this place is, even though I have only been here for 6 years. And I am working hard right now to develop a curriculum for the students at El Rancho to learn about the history of Pico Rivera so that they can also see how special this place is and feel like invested in their communities and like proud of the history in their community. So I come from a place of wanting you to really understand how invested we are here, but that also as a couple trying to raise a young family, we have a 3-year-old son, it's very difficult to look at those other salaries in neighboring districts and not be tempted to take a position that offers $15,000 or $20,000 more a year. Last year, Downey posted an ethnic studies teaching position, exactly my job, $20,000 more, like on day one. So it's very difficult for me to not look at that and think about that as like life-changing money from one day to the next to just switch schools and be able to make $20,000 more. And so we want to stay here. We're fighting to make this the best community that we can live and work in. And I want students to be really proud of where they live and the school that they go to. But teachers can know the budget can no longer be balanced on the backs of teachers. There is a way for us to have competitive wages and a balanced budget. And I just hope that we can continue to work together to achieve a positive outcome. Thank you.
Clifford Kraft.
I have 2 cards. Is it okay if I do them together? I put 2 cards up there.
Sure. You find the other one, but you sure.
Alrighty. First, I'm gonna start out with something super positive, and I know, because I found out this evening that Dr. Kimes has already let some of you know about the grand opening of our beautiful new robotics lab over at North Park. Thank you. A lot of hours, a lot of time was spent to put the lab together, make a beautiful space for our robotics kids. And I would like to personally invite you, the board and cabinet, to come and take a look at our new lab. My kids would like to do a little demo game for you and show you this beautiful space that we've created. And I do want to take an opportunity here also to give a shout out to our district maintenance crew that helped put this room together. They had to come out with a torch and cut off the railings. They had to come out with a bobcat to lift the furniture up. And it took a team of, I think it was 8 guys to move all the stuff into the lab for me. And then they came out on the Saturday and put all the railings back together with the welder. So special shout out to those guys. And also a shout out to Dr. Kimes. Without her help, without her giving me the space to put the lab together, without her giving me the materials I needed to build this room, we wouldn't have this beautiful lab. So once again, please come out, take a look at it. It's great. She's gonna give you some dates, I understand. And so please let me know. I put out dates before April because I gotta have my knee cut up. So please give me some time in March when I can have everybody come over. Also, Dr. Vegas, I do want to thank you for showing up to the robotics event this, past January. Great event, 11 hours. It's 11 hours, but it was wonderful. Kids got a ton from it. My little kids are networking with other schools to learn how they built their robots and are upgrading their robots now and talking strategy with me and talking design changes. And they're talking about this summer's program. They're talking about next year and the competition that's coming. So once again, hope to see everybody out there, especially a couple of people who are special to me and who are leaving us. And so I'll be sad to see that, but please join us for the event. And now I want to switch gears into the less positive situation. I've been here for 3.5 decades, so I'm obviously like Fred Flintstone time. And I'll admit it, I will probably write off on a dinosaur too many years in the future. I know I don't have too many left either. Pretty much. And I've been here through a bucket load of stuff. The furloughs, that was tough. And I'm hearing from my wife's district at that point from teachers who were from El Rancho, who moved over to Chino Valley to become PE coaches over there. They were my son's PE coaches, and their first question is, why are you working there? And I'll be honest, I loved it here. I got to work with some amazing people. Got to work with Andrew. I got to work with many people who are teachers now Rancho right now that I get to see. It's awesome. But we went through some really rough times. And then last year came and we got a pretty good COLA from the state. And what I kind of thought was a good salary schedule until I heard about the 2% kick in the face. And that was kind of unnecessary. And then this year comes along and we say, well, we've got almost 8.25 coming. So think, well, we should be able to probably make up a little bit for what happened in that little situation last year. And then 2%. You hit us with 2%. I know I've just wrecked all the positive I said, but 2%, that's the best you got. Not cool. Again, I've been here forever. Yes, I'm getting ready to retire. Yes, the salary schedule matters to me for obvious reasons. But I got a lot of great kids who are now teachers here, and they're sticking here a lot longer than me. 2%. That's not good enough. Thank you very much. Kind of a kick in the face. Have a good night.
Abigail Martinez.
Good evening, El Rancho community. My name is Abigail Martinez, and I am a math teacher at El Rancho High School. This evening, I am addressing the district's counter proposal of 2%. I have worked at this district since 2017 as a long-term sub, a coach for multiple sports, and now as a fully credentialed math teacher. El Rancho Unified School District is special to me because I am an alumnus of this district. I went to Burke before it was called STEAM, and graduated from El Rancho High School. I have the privilege now that so many of my colleagues are in fact my own teachers and my mentors that I had growing up. This is truly my community and my home. However, as a younger teacher, closer to the beginning of my career, it is difficult to make the decision to stay here. I came to this district hoping to impact young Latinx students, hoping to instill an interest and a love in STEM, hoping to encourage my community to pursue the careers that are projected to have the most growth and opportunity over the next 10 years. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 16 of the 20 occupations with the highest projected % chance of employment over the next 10 years are STEM-based careers. However, only 8% of STEM workers are Latinx, even when we make up almost 20% of the U.S. workforce. I have stayed here because I want to do my part in changing these statistics in my own community and give my community the best chances of succeeding and growing. Yet I cannot stay and do that here when we are not being compensated fairly. The median income for secondary teachers in California is $64,896. And yet the average salary for teachers at El Rancho Unified School District is only $58,153. Out of our neighboring unified school districts, we are ranked 32 out of 45 in terms of pay, and the number only gets worse if we include union districts. I believe the school board knows and understands that as teachers, we deserve fair pay. So if the concern is a financial concern, then we must address that the district has largely benefited from an infusion of money from California's budget. COLA for this school year is 8.22%. And yet the district is only offering its employees a salary increase of 2%. The district has the opportunity to compensate its employees fairly and to show with action, not just words, that it values the dedicated, loyal employees of El Rancho Unified School District. The school district has the chance to change the culture so that new and young teachers do not view this district as a training ground before leaving to a better paying district. You have the chance to bring in more motivated teachers who care about our community just as much as all of the teachers that are in this room, and who will stay here and build their careers and care about our students without having to consider their financial situations. We look forward to continuing negotiations with the district on February 21st. Thank you.
Joe Francisco.
Good evening. My name is Joel Francisco. I've been at El Rancho High School for 29 years. I came in here in 1995 to coach water polo. I coached the men's boys water polo team and swim team here for almost 13 years. In that time, in the beginning, I heard about this place, the ranch. And I was like, and as I met the people, as I met the community, as I met the kids, I understood it and I stayed. And then 2008, we know all what happened with the economy and everything. But as other districts earlier than us began to get raises, and we did not, due to money mismanagement, poor leadership. I can't even tell you the stories I tell my other colleagues who have left this school and gone to Corona, down to Garden Grove, Long Beach, various other districts, Downey included. And the pay raises that they continue to get, and then we were not. And we continued. We were taking furlough days still at that time. And I met my wife in 2002, and she's just like, why do you stay? Why do you stay there? She's at Los Alamitos High School District. I mean, she teaches elementary in Los Alamitos, a smaller district than ours. And she's making 13,000 more than I am, and she's taught 9 years less. And when I saw that proposal, and this is after years of revolving doors of principals, admin, superintendents, CBOs, revolving doors. Do you know who's kept this district together? It's been the teachers. We showed up, suited up, and showed up and did our job, despite the furlough days, despite our colleagues around us making 10 to 15,000, 20,000 in some cases more than us. Yet I continued to show up. I could have taken a job at Milligan, Beckman, Hacienda Heights, Wilson, various other schools to coach water polo. I chose to stay here. You know why? Because I love my people. And most of all, I love the kids in this community. I've seen this community step up in tragic situations, and it showed me. My mom taught in the Montebello School District for 39 years. She went on strike twice to fight for what she believed in. That fight is in me, and I know that fight is in us. Tonight, when I saw Irma Tobete come up here, a former student of mine 2 years ago in my world history class, it made me super proud to hear her speak and hear her story. I know the kids. We all know the stories of these students that we have, the struggles that they have. We're more than teachers. We play the role of psychologists. We play the role of fathers, mothers, whatever they need. We're there for them. I don't leave at 3:30. I usually leave at 5:30. I put my time in. We put our time in. The 2%, when I heard that, I can't even tell you, I couldn't even sleep at night. It's such an insult considering what we've kept this thing together for the last 29 years. So please reconsider. The money is there. Because I know one thing, we'll continue to show up because that's our duty and that's our love for this community and the kids in this community. But for me and for the people that I've spoken to, I'm not afraid to walk either if it doesn't go our way. Thank you.
Let me try this one again. Gabriela Luna. Wait, I might have the name wrong.
Good evening, our Rancho community. My name is Gabriela Luna. I am a dual language teacher at South Ranchito Dual Language Academy. So I'm addressing the board in regards to the refusal to agree a $2,500 stipend to dual language teachers which let me tell you, it's far overdue. I became a dual language teacher in the 2022-2023 school year. I wasn't a dual language teacher. I accepted this position shift because I felt that whoever stood in front of those kids had to want to be there. And honestly, no one wanted it. But soon after, I realized that I had a workload ahead of me. In manner of just night, I had to buy stuff, I had to look up stuff, I had to go talk to my colleagues, which are amazing people. So what does a dual language teacher do? Well, let me tell you a couple things we do. But let me tell you, it's not just translating, it's more than that. We spend hours outside our contract hours finding, creating, and drafting resources, utilizing lesson implementation, accommodation, modification, guess what? Both languages. We spend hours outside our contract reading, drafting, creating assignments to comply with the SEAL program that our school is going through. We spend personal funds purchasing resources. We look through them adequately to implement, guess what, into languages. As I sat today in an SST meeting for a student that I know needs help, and I share everything I have done since day one, we've already passed 100 days of school. They told me, you know what, you need to implement modifications, guess what, into languages. No surprise there. So I ask you to reconsider. I ask you to really think hard. And I welcome you into any one of those dual language classrooms so that you can see what we do. Guess what? In 2 languages. Thank you.
Irene Cepeda.
Good evening, Rancho community. My name is Irene Cepeda, and I am a 3rd grade dual language teacher at South Ranchito Dual Language Academy. This evening, I'm also here to address the district refusal to approve a 2,500 stipend for dual language teachers. I have been a teacher in Rancho Unified for 32 years, and 5 of those years here in the dual language program. I chose to teach in this program because I know the great benefit it offers our students, and because I am still attached to this community where I grew up and where I still reside. I have made lasting relationship with teachers, parents, and students that I consider Rancho Unified an extended family of mine. What do all elementary school teachers have in common? If you guessed teach all subjects, you would be correct. But what if you added dual language to the mix? The answer would be teach, but in 2 languages. As dual language teachers, we do more than what a monolingual teacher does. Here are just a few examples of some of our duties and responsibilities. We teach multiple subjects in English and Spanish to all students, English only students, fluent English proficient, and English learners. We research, develop, and create instructional resources and materials in Spanish and English. We also administer and create assessment in Spanish and English. To improve our instructional practices, we pay to attend dual language conferences out of our own pocket and do so during our own time. We communicate and interact with parents regularly in Spanish and English. Lastly, we are constantly translating materials from English to Spanish. All of this is done with no prep period and without the help of instructional assistants. There is not enough time during the school day to do all we have to do. A stipend is justly earned for all our dual language teachers. Dual language programs are growing in popularity all over the country because of the benefits they have in preparing our youth to become global citizens and preparing them to enter extremely competitive job market in a volatile economy. We want nothing more than to have the dual language program in our district grow and expand and set the standard for dual language learning. However, for this to become a reality, the district must support its brave, dedicated, and loyal teachers. Rancho Unified must show its support with actions that it values our work and not just with words. We ask that the district reconsider the stipend and compensate the dual language teachers for our additional duties. It is clear that dual language teachers are going above and beyond the normal call of duty. We ask that the district agree to the union proposal as they continue negotiating with the Rancho Unified's negotiating team on February 21. Thank you. Good evening.
Carolyn Espinosa.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, let me say I want to thank the Lord. I didn't know about Bernie, and I'm glad to hear that everybody was safe there from the fire. So thank you for that. I am here to address the counter proposal. I'm just a little, bummed out and sad because it's like every time we think like, yeah, we're getting a step above, then we get knocked down, and it's like, back again. Okay, here we go. So I'm here to address a well-deserved raise for everyone that works in this district, from elementary to middle school to high school. Our worth is beyond 10%, I'm sure, way beyond. And I myself have been in the district for over 20+ years. I remain here like a lot of my colleagues. I'm a product of PICO, but even if you're not a product of PICO, we have a lot of staff that drives in hours, from far away. And it's the two words, devoted, because they are like family. We're like family when we get here, and dedicated to our work. We go beyond our call of duty, like you've heard everyone saying. We heard it from all of you. Every single person that's in this room has at least said, if not one, many positive things about every staff member that's been here and that works here. From what do we have? You're awesome. Oh, you're so dedicated. You're so devoted. We see your passion. You're so wonderful. The parents speak highly of you. The children love you. I mean, I can go on and on, but we only have 3 minutes. So, as someone else said, you've said the words, we're ready for the action. We're ready for the well-deserved action, the well-deserved raise that we come here to ask you for. I want to say too that, every day we teach our students about making better choices. And I believe I tell them all the time, there's still time, tomorrow's a new day. And so we know that there's time for you. Just go back, rethink, make a better choice. And tomorrow's a new day to think about and give us what we well deserve. And if anything, we've had such a history with board members. And I know that in every single one of you, if it's going to be the time, you're going to make it work. You're going to make it. I have faith. I look at each one of your faces, and I know the connections with a lot of you, from family to friends to being everywhere, hearing the stories, hearing everybody's talk and come, to the table and say, we need to help this. We're like really clean our hearts out for you, to you, and stressing how much we really need this. So we really hope, again, tomorrow, tonight, go to bed, say a little prayer, and tomorrow wake up with a new choice for the day tomorrow. Thank you.
Next, we have Ruben Olagi. Ruben Olagi.
Rancho High School, elementary schools, middle schools, all these teachers here, you gotta give something, right? That's why they stay. My situation here is safety. I volunteer at Valencia Elementary School. I used to volunteer years ago when my oldest son was there. Now I do it for my granddaughters. So what I'm here for is safety. I didn't know where to go. I kept calling. I wasn't getting the right information. So I'm applying for an analyzer for school safety around, in front of the schools, to investigate the situations and carefully input all kinds of actions for the safety of our kids to get to school. Like I said, I volunteer at Valencia. It took me 3 or 4 months lighting the city to paint the curb red on Crossgrove and Citronelle.
That's what I put up with. Another situation was the crosswalk. It needed painting. Another 2 to 3 months it took. I put out numerous calls to the city, school district, police, the sheriff's department, come and hang out 5-10 minutes during the rush hours in the morning and during the rush hour after school. I contacted vice superintendent. They said I made numerous calls to the city hall to fight for stuff that needs to be done. So as an analyzer, I said I carefully looked at all the situation in front of Valencia, and it needs a lot of safety issues there. I get a lot of people calling me names, like when I hang out in the morning as a crossing guard. Volunteer. People tell me, hey, so how come you're not here all the time? Well, I just volunteer. Oh, okay. And when they see me, I see their faces, they smile, they wave. Man, you should have been here the other day. Yeah, I know. What happened? Oh, some kid almost got run over. There's a lot of situations around the district that you guys never hear about because the parents might tell other parents, they might just tell the principal, but it never gets to you. So I'm looking for a job to put safety of all our kids here to go to school, all the schools. You can contact me at 562-656-4817. Again, Ruben Wyatt. Thank you.
Lisa Navarro.
Hello. This time I'm going to be addressing student behaviors. I'm here to talk for some of the teachers at my school, as well as I'm sure other teachers in other schools. I've seen and experienced some of these students throughout my years on our campus alone. We have many students from TK to second grade and beyond who kick, hit, punch, headbutt, bite, scratch teachers and students. One student has escalated recently to tossing desks and chairs. Not enough is being done to protect these teachers or students. These behavior students are sometimes removed from the room for their safety as well as the safety of other students. But this does not solve the problem. These students are taken right outside the classroom. They kick the classroom doors, they pound on windows, they're screaming bloody murder. And this can go on for up to it or beyond an hour at a time. This not only disturbs the teacher who is trying to move on and teach, but also the students in the classroom and all the other surrounding classrooms. The students who remain in the class with their teacher are being traumatized. The stress this causes these students and the teachers. These students go home, don't want to come back to school, they're crying, they tell their parents, but you know, something else has to be done. How can you expect any of these students, either in that particular classroom or in the surrounding classrooms, to learn with this going on for hours at a time? Because the incident will stop and then they'll come right back into the room and it can start again. So sometimes multiple times throughout the day. This cabinet needs to witness what's happening in our classrooms and come up with solutions to this growing problem. Dr. Marino happened to be there and see our TK firsthand. And she was like, wow, yeah, wow, this is TK. And imagine these kids get bigger, grow up as they move up the years and they go up the grade levels. What do you think will happen when they are bigger and taller than the staff? It would be better to work on solutions now than just pass it along and pass it along and pass it along every year. Okay, kids we've seen start in TK, then it transfers up to kindergarten, transfers up to first grade, second grade. These kids keep traveling up the grades and they keep getting bigger. And the thing is the problems don't go away. These kids cannot learn to control themselves and to allow learning to go on. Our staff is doing what they can, but they're being worn thin. We do not need a committee for this. We need viable solutions that can be put in place tomorrow. This problem's not new. It's been around for years. And people have been saying over and over again, we need solutions. We need to protect our staff. We need to hold students accountable for their behaviors, and we need to come up with better solutions. What better way to teach students that they need to learn their own, to manage their own self and to not harm others than if we don't and we allow them to move on into society, boy, they're gonna have a load of consequences smacked in their face. And we need to teach them this now before they get out of school and into the streets, okay? Thank you very much, and I wait to hear back from all of you.
We have three more. Monica Hernandez.
Good evening, El Rancho community. My name is Monica Hernandez, and I teach second grade dual at South Ranchito Dual Language Academy. I'm here today to tell you what do we do as dual language teachers, how difficult it is, and how disappointing it was to hear after being a 33-year veteran teacher, just like Mr. Kraft, 3 decades, that our district rejected a stipend for our dual language teachers and proposed a 2% raise for all teachers in our district. Bilingualism is increasingly seen as a big asset in the world of increasingly global connections. It is an advantage that many parents want for their child. Dual language programs are defined as a model to promote bilingualism, biliteracy, cross-cultural competency, and high levels of academic achievement for all students in 2 languages. When the district created the DL program at South, it was done haphazardly. There was little planning, and there was thought that because we had a traditional bilingual program, it would be easy. It has not been easy at all. When we provided TBE, its aim was to transition EL students into English-only programs within a certain time frame. They lost proficiency in their home language as they learned English. The implementation of a DL program requires the district to provide the necessary expertise and equitable allocation of resources for a quality program implementation essential for its long-term success. In our DL program, our teachers teach for bilingualism rather than teaching 2 separate languages. Our teachers understand that bilingual learners include the concurrent use of both languages for code switching and translanguaging, recognizing the languages being learned in our program are always activated in the brain. Our teachers can strategically leverage this by planning for transfer and facilitation of opportunities to connect the program of languages known as El Puente. As we design literacy instruction in both languages and service all students, EOs, FEPs, ELs, students with 504s and IEPs, to become bilingual, biliterate, and bicultural. DL programs must utilize high quality, rigorous curriculum and instructional materials in both languages that consider our multi-language learners, cultural and linguistic backgrounds, and embed language development. We look for resources sensitive to the bilingual development of the students in our program. We try to capture their learning of content and language and constantly translate whatever we find in English, which must be thoroughly vetted to ensure that they are not weak translations or inaccurate content in Spanish. But this also takes a lot of work and a lot of our own time. We had chosen a Spanish language arts curriculum that suited our program, but it was ultimately replaced by the current program for convenience of district staff. An important element of dual language education is investment in recruiting and retaining high quality credential staff. In case you're not aware, LCAP and Downey offer their DL teachers $5,400 a year And Downey adds retroactive pay for the past 4 years in their program. And an added $801 a month if you have a master's. Whittier City and Hacienda La Puente dual language teachers receive $2,000 stipend. All of these stipends are awarded on top of the stipend they receive for working with ELs. Rationale? To retain and show how valuable they are to their district. Since the beginning of our program, we've had 5 administrators. And in the past 3 years, we've lost 3 teachers, maybe soon a 4th, due to better compensation elsewhere and lack of strategic support to our staff and program from our district. 2 years ago, I received my master's in dual language development. One of my professors, a board member in Linwood Unified, asked me where I worked. I told her proudly, I taught in El Rancho. She stated, Monica, you will be worth gold in your district. Unfortunately, when I see Dr. Alma Castro, I'm gonna have to tell her that my district values me as small change instead of gold. Thank you.
Groups of candidates.
Don't mind my eye, it twitches, and honestly, after hearing all my colleagues, I'm like sick to my stomach. Oh, my best friend here. So I'm gonna grab this water. I need to drink some water. Because just listening to my colleagues, I was part of all of those layoffs, all of those furloughs, all of those having switched different classrooms. So give me a minute. So here we go. Dear Rancho community, I address you today with a profound sense of duty and concern regarding the recent decision made by the district to reject the stipend for the dual language teachers. As Luz Ramirez, a committed 5th grade dual language educator of South Ranchito Dual Language Academy, I have dedicated 17 plus, because I started subbing here, of my career to serving within the El Rancho Unified School District across various teaching capabilities, including bilingual education, special education, and a challenging realm of 2 grades or 2 language combo classes, which my first 2 years working for you guys, I was put in a 2 language classroom combination, and then the following year, it was a 2 grade combination. The scope of responsibilities inherent in dual language teaching extend beyond those of a traditional educator. In our program, every student, regardless of their language background, receives comprehensive instruction in both English and in Spanish, across a diverse array of subjects, from language arts to math to social emotional and multicultural studies. We strive to provide holistic educational experiences to equip our students with the skills that need to be flourished in an increasingly interconnected world. Moreover, we shoulder the additional responsibilities of administering district assessments in both languages, ensuring accurate measurements and support for each student's progress. Despite the complexity and demands of our roles, the district has regrettably fallen short in providing adequate support for dual language teachers. We lack essential resources in both languages, insufficient time to collaborate, planning, and data analysis, and the lack of instructional aids tailored to the unique needs of our classrooms, particularly the cases of combo classes. So not only are some of our teachers teaching 2 languages, but they're also teaching 2 grades in 2 languages. While we appreciate the 5% bilingual stipend offered to teachers with option 1 students in our neighboring schools, it fails to reflect the full scope of our additional responsibilities. Not only do we scaffold instruction for Spanish speaking and
English learner students, but also dedicate sufficient time and effort to researching and implementing supplementary resource to complement the district's English language development program. Consequently, it is imperative that our stipend is evaluated independently and accurately reflect the unique demands of dual language instruction. It's disheartening that many of us must invest our personal time and money and resources to attending dual language conferences and participating in programs like SEAL to enhance our professional development. We undertake these efforts out of the deep-seated commitment to our students and a firm belief in inherent values of linguistic and cultural diversity. As dual language educators, we are unwavering in our commitment to principles of equity, linguistic diversity, and biliteracy. We strive to cultivate inclusive and nurturing environments where every student feels valued and supported on their educational journey. It is high time for the district to acknowledge and honor the dispensable role of dual language teachers in shaping the future of our community. In conclusion, I urge the district to reconsider this decision and provide equitable compensation and support for dual language teachers. Together, let's ensure that every student has the opportunity to strive and embrace the richness of language and cultures within our schools.
And last, Connie Macias.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, dear Apache family. It's been a while since I've been here, and to listen to everybody and their dedication is amazing. But I'm here to talk about, I'm addressing the district's rejection of the dual language studies. I've been here at the district over 25 years. And I feel that I have different lenses. I've chosen to remain in this district because I love the community, point blank, like everybody else here that's already said. We're vested, we show up, and we do the work. I began my career at Pio Pico Elementary, and then I moved on to North Park when it was a middle school, now North Park Academy of the Arts. And I taught primarily English language learners in the English Structured Immersion Program. So the program is about having students learn English as fast as possible, and Spanish is not developed, and it's a means to an end. You fast forward to 2016, and South Ranchito becomes a dual language academy, because staff there is bilingual, they harness the language, and it's important. So then there's many misconceptions about the program at South Ranchito. I started working at South Ranchito in 2021 when I stepped down as district research teacher here at the district level. So as my mom says, there's a saying in Spanish, no es lo mismo torar un toro que verlo torar. It's not the same to watch a bullfight than to actually be in the ring with the bull. So I can tell you that being a dual language teacher is different from being a teacher at any other school supporting English learners, because we, as my colleague said, we are teaching in both languages. The goal of the dual language program is to promote biliteracy, not simply the students leaving school being bilingual, but we want them to be biliterate. We want them to be social, cultural, have this competence. We want them to value, we want to value that culture and cultural diversity. As dual language teachers, we provide instruction, again, as you heard, in both languages, in English and in Spanish, at a high level, not just water it down, both languages. That is our goal. The instruction is in science, social studies, math in both languages, language arts, Spanish language arts, all of it. We develop in both languages. Hopefully that's our goal. We need time for collaboration, planning, development of instructional resources in both languages. The adopted programs are lacking many components, especially in Spanish. We need Spanish materials. We hear that our Rancho district is providing students with a world-class education. We have so many programs. Dual language is one of them. So my question to you, I would like for you to think about how are you supporting your teachers and the talent? A stipend above. So in the district, if you have a B clad, you get a stipend, which yes, deservingly, but dual language is a whole nother ballgame. It's a whole nother animal. So please reconsider and make sure you do the right thing. Thank you.
That is the last card we have.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for advocating. So we hear you and thank you so much. For moving on to number 11, labor association reports. I know your tier to give those is Ms. Serrano here for CSBA.
You're not here today.
Okay. We'll move on to item 12, information. Eric? I'm gonna take it. Do we need a break?
You can take 5.
Yeah, can we do a 3-minute break? Take that in and we'll come back at 8:90. Are we good? Oh, sorry, wait for Jenny. Yes. Okay, we can go back to other comments. Are they online now? I think I got enough.
Anyone online for public comment?
Yeah, okay. Hello, you may start your comment if you would like. You might be muted.
So is anyone online for public comment? There is no one online for public comment.
No one? Okay, we'll come back in case they were able to come online. We'll come back after.
Okay.
So we're moving on to item 12, information items. Item A, presentation of the 2023-2024 demographic study to the Board of Education and by school boards. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Well, good evening. I'm Ken Reynolds, president of SchoolWorks, and we did a enrollment projections and demographic study for the district. So we're presenting a pretty high level overview. The full report has a lot more detail in it. And of course, it is assisting with the overall facility master planning process also.
You need help?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
So as a real high level overview, this chart sort of shows the different data we collect and how we process it, and the three key issues that we look at when we're working on enrollment projections. One is, right, how many children are being born? The second is what happens to the population over time, right? So how many second graders become third graders the following year and things like that. That's the mobility factors. And then thirdly, is there any major development that's going to have an impact on our enrollment projections? Those are the three key sort of categories we're looking at. So we do all of this analysis in a computerized modeling system. And so this map here just shows a map of your school district. And all those little red dots represent where the students live. So we can see how the population is distributed throughout the district. And we do have multiple years of data that allows us to look at the trends. The next page is looking at that birth data. And so what we're comparing here is the blue bars represent your kindergarten enrollment. And then the yellow is representing what our projections are for your future kindergarten students. And the blue line represents the children that are being born. And that is based on a zip code. And the zip code does very closely correlate with your school boundary. And so it's, as can be seen on this chart, the number of children being born has declined over time. But it has sort of been relatively stable. There's always going to be years where there's some ups and downs, but the kindergarten students coming in next year is going to be based on the number of births that actually increased compared to the number of children that were born that generated this year's kindergarten class. Then it drops back down, but compared to the 1,000 children that used to be born, right now we're really averaging just around 600 or so. Again, sometimes above, sometimes below. So there's been a drop over time, but it looks like things are starting to stabilize, which is great news compared to, again, our statewide, our numbers are still declining. So next we have the same type of chart for our TK, that's our 4-year-olds. For this program, it's a little bit different though. The program when it first started, we had our oldest 3 months of birth, so just the oldest 4-year-olds enrolled in the program, and that program's been expanding. So over the next 2 years, it's going to eventually reach all 4-year-olds. So next year will be 9 months, and then in 2025, all 12 months. So this chart here shows the impact as that program continues to expand. We do end up with, in 2 years, when it's all 4-year-olds become eligible to attend, we're projecting about 250 students, whereas in the kindergarten class, right, we're seeing closer to about 400 students. So overall, that's a ratio of about 62.5%, which is probably about average. And there's still a lot of unknowns. That some of the original projections that was done by CASH, the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, was estimating we'd end up around 60%. I was estimating we'd probably be closer to 70%. So again, I think that program, as it becomes more well-known by the communities, and we have some great stories to tell from the successes in our programs, that perhaps we'll finally see even more of an increase in that program. This next chart really helps us visualize mobility over time. And I was very surprised when I looked at this chart. What we see in a lot of communities is that there's a lot of change over time. What we're illustrating here, the green bars, is your enrollment this school year by grade level. And so we can see things like, where are some of our larger classes? Of course, they're all in the high school. And our smallest classes, of course, are kindergarten, first grade, because we've had fewer children being born. But we're comparing that, the blue bar running, or blue line running across this page, is how many children started that grade back when that grade started kindergarten. And so when we compare the two, again, they're relatively close to each other, so very balanced over time. We do have a few grades, particularly grades probably 6 through 9, where our current population is a little bit less than we started with. But generally speaking, the numbers are very stable. Of course, the reason for the decline we've been seeing is just because we're bringing in fewer students compared to the number we graduate. So the next is, again, another way of looking at the data. What we're comparing here is what was our enrollment last October compared to this October. And again, just as a reminder, all the data we look at in our reports is the first week of October data. I know things can fluctuate during the school year, but that's what we use for our reporting. So when we compare the 2022 October enrollment to October of 2023, right, we saw a drop of 145 students. And so we look at it by school on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, we look at it by grade. And then the final column on the right-hand side, we show the cohort. So that's just simply comparing, right? How many second graders became third graders the following year and so forth. And most of those cohorts, again, are very small numbers. There's a few positives, or lots of positives and a few negatives. But in general, the stability we saw in that visual is represented here in what happened this past school year. So even though we dropped in enrollment, it's not because everyone's leaving town, right? Or choosing to go to charter schools or private schools. It is just a simple, the demographic of fewer children coming into the system because fewer children are being born in comparison to those that are finishing up in high school. And so the end result of all of our work, we illustrate on this page. And so what we look at here is 10 years of historic data and 6 years of our projections. The orange are our elementary grades. And the light green are our middle school grades. And the light blue is our high school grades. And so we can see we've been declining and we're continuing to decline. Again, not that there's anything that can be done to change that other than just continuing to watch the births. When we go out years 1, 2, and 3, right, we have good birth data that we know those children have already been born. The number of children born in 2023, right, is not yet in our numbers. We don't have that data that's compiled by the Department of Health Vital Statistics yet. And so when we start looking out to years 4, 5, and 6, some of the projections are based on more assumptions than we had to in the first 3 years. So that, the farther out we go, the less accuracy that our projections could have. So in our full report, these next just couple of pages just show you some samples of what's in our full report. We have maps of each individual school and showing the attendance pattern. So red dots represent students that live in a school boundary and go to that school. We see blue dots, they live in that boundary but attend a different school within the district. And then when we see the yellow dots outside that boundary, those students are transferring into that school from somewhere else in the district. And then once in a while, we'll see some green dots outside the district. Those are the inter-district transfers. And then, of course, we have our attendance pattern bar chart that it basically shows how many students are coming in from the different schools or leaving that school to go to the other schools. We have that for every school in the district. And then the other thing we do is we show the individual school projections. And for each individual school, we have a lot more details in the full report. I'm just showing you a sample here for South Ranchito. Here we can see we have a blue line. That blue line represents the population in a boundary, whereas the red line represents the students that are attending. So we can see the impact of the net transfers by comparing those two lines. Then the other thing we'll represent on our charts is a capacity line, and that is generated by looking at how many classrooms we have on a campus and loading those at each of the grade levels based on the loading standards in our report. That just gives you a good picture of a lot of details. The other school I wanted to highlight was a high school, El Rancho High. Here, of course, you've had well over 2,000 students in the past. And in our projections, we're finally dropping below 2,000 and even less once we get out 6 years. And again, that's just a continuing decline as the population, and especially as they start graduating some of those larger classes. We have an attendance matrix here that shows, right, where the students live in comparison to where they attend, so you can understand the impact of some of your special programs, like we heard about the Dual Language Academy this evening. The other interesting item to look at on this page is that top line, the inter-district enrollment. And so you have 238 students attending your schools that live outside the district. And it's quite common for students to transfer districts for all sorts of reasons. I just wanted to report that there are lots of students coming in. That's pretty average in terms of the percentage of the population that comes from inter-district enrollment. Our next page here is just a summary by school. Again, we have lots of different summary charts at the end of our report to look at the data in different ways. This one shows it by school. We have it by grade. And so again, the key thing I'd like to point out on this page is our projection for next year is down 180. So a little bit more than the drop we saw this year compared to last year. And 180 is basically about a 2.5% drop if we look at it as a ratio. And then I always like to end by talking about things to look forward. One is again, the TK enrollment. As that program expands, I think you've done a good job of making sure the community is aware that there's that opportunity. But making sure they're aware that that program is continuing to expand to all 4-year-olds over the next 2 years. I noticed on your website, you're starting the kindergarten and TK enrollment process. So that's great information to have on your website. And then, of course, as I also mentioned earlier, the birth data. Even though we're showing 6 years of projections, right, we don't have all that birth data yet. So we're going to want to watch that birth data as it comes in to see if it's going to stay stable. Is it going to grow? Is it going to decline? What directions are things heading as new data becomes available? And then finally, as I mentioned at the beginning, right, we did this so you have information on enrollment patterns that's used for budgeting, staffing, all sorts of things like that. But the key component here was for the master planning process. And so even though we've done our full report, we're here to support your efforts. And if there's additional questions that come up, additional charts that need to be developed, anything needed by the district or the committee that's working on the master plan, we're here to help with that process. So with that, I'd love to be able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I will start from my left. Dr. Marino, any questions or comments?
It's a lot of information, very good information, which gives a clear picture of where we are and where we will be in several years. Certainly will help very much in our planning, our budget, our staffing, our capacity, etc. I did hear you say that all this information is being incorporated into the facilities master plan, correct?
It's provided to the master plan team, yes.
Correct, okay. I do have a question, and this is on the attendance matrix. And just if you would clarify for me, the intra-outs are students who are in our district going outside of the district?
No, the intra-outs on that is students that have chosen a different school than the boundary they live in.
Got it.
So it's just showing how flexible you are in allowing your parents to choose where to go to school.
Okay.
And of course, with all the special programs that are offered.
Right, okay. So I was trying to find out the number of students that are within the district's boundaries that are going to school somewhere else.
Yeah, that you will not find in this report.
Ah.
We will be doing a supplement.
Mhm.
For a lot of districts have that exact same question. And of course, since we only collect your student data to do this analysis, if there's a child in a homeschool program or a private school program or a charter school program that's not, or one of your neighboring districts, right, they're not within your data. But there is data we're collecting from the Census Bureau that will help us understand the picture of what percentage of the students by grade level, by age, are enrolled in your schools versus that live within your district. So we'll be able to provide a one-page supplement to our report, probably sometime either this summer or fall, as soon as that census releases their final release of the census data.
Okay, so also on the projections by school, I don't know if my calculations are accurate, but from in the 6 years projection to 2930, we have about 1,066 less students enrolled, which is about 15% that we're going to be losing.
Correct.
Okay, so we can say with a level of confidence that we'll have 15% less students in 6 years than we have now. This is where the district will need to start making projections in terms of staffing and the budget, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Dr. Marie, can you just wrap it up? Sorry.
I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Sorry. And any future questions as well, board, we'll make sure to email them to Dr. Vegas to send them as well to you. That's okay. Sorry.
Thank you for the presentation, very compelling and eye-opening data that's in front of us. You alluded a little bit to what's happening in the state. Could you elaborate a little bit? Are we kind of in the same realm of percentages with what's happening across the state or neighboring districts?
Yeah, it's very similar pattern, obviously declining enrollments. We see pretty much everywhere. To the degree which the decline is, that can vary from community to community. I'd say your decline is not as steep as the average.
Okay. And just for my own edification, where do you get the data from? Do we provide it for you?
You provide us the data on your enrollment history. We collect the birth data from the Department of Health, and we look at any development data from the planning departments and builders. We look at, again, statewide data and countywide data that's available through different online portals.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Valderas?
Yes, I thank you for the presentation. I'd also be interested in what Dr. Marino was trying to get to also, as a number of students that live within our district and chose to either go out or be homeschooled, like you mentioned. So if you can report that sometime in the future in a separate report, I'd appreciate that. Also on slide number 7, where it says cohort on the column, can you just clarify a little bit on the number, the 296? Why is that such a bigger number than all the other ones?
Yeah, that's how many students compared to the prior year TK, the 4-year-old class, showed up in kindergarten. So that's just basically representative of the fact that, one, kindergarten is better well attended, but also, right, we have 12 months of 5-year-olds compared to only the 5 months of TK that were enrolled back in 2022.
So that 296 just represents the TK class?
No, that's just a simple comparison of the kindergarten students in 2023, which was 450,
right,
to the 154 TK students that were enrolled in 2022.
Got you. So that's the difference.
Yes.
Got you.
It's just a simple math there.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mejia?
Thank you for the presentation. I think the questions that Dr. Marino and Vice President Contreras had was specific to maybe permits from schools. So if we can get that data as far as like when other students go somewhere else, I know typically it's because there's a program that we don't have. So we can get like maybe, information. Not right now. I mean, if you'd like to speak to it, that's.
No, absolutely. I have last year's data, so that's what I was looking at here. For this year, as we're still processing some, I don't have the actual data, but gentleman's correct in that we'll only have the permits that parents are asking for and what we've processed. There are families in the community that have chosen to go to private school, which does not require a permit, or are using a different address. So it's only as good as we, parents that come in and apply for a permit.
Thank you. My second question is regarding the executive summary, the actual document that we're going to be approving, or I don't think it's approving, it's more of accepting. So one of the recommendations that I have, I don't like that it's stated that we have 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, 1 comprehensive high school, and a few other programs. I take pride in our continuation middle school, and I mean not middle school, high school. I feel it should be stated as such because we have a continuation school. That's one. The second one is regarding the housing that is stated in the executive summary. It says here that there's 210 housing units over the next 6 years. However, I did look at the city's document that they have regarding the regional housing needs, and per California state mandate, more housing is needed. And what I was seeing is that they have to have 1,024 units in the next 8 years. So I think that and you do state here that any changes will affect the numbers. So I just wanted to make sure that, if you receive like the latest data from the city as far as that, those numbers are concerned.
Yeah, great question. So right, we've seen a lot of those regional housing needs assessments, RHNAs. They are showing, again, based on different calculation methodologies, what is needed in every community. Every city deals with those. And the history has taught us that just because there's a need does not mean it is met. And any company I've seen that has based their projections on RHNA has well over projected reality. And so we are doing our own independent analysis based on actual plans in process, not some dream.
Got it. So the units that you're stating here, the 210 units is based on data that was received from the city projections.
Correct, and verified through builders.
Thank you.
Thank you. Echoing what my colleague said, if we can get more information on the permits, but also with the consensus data that you mentioned about, because I think those are two. There's one with the permits that we have access to, but also the consensus data to see how many students could potentially go to our school. Because for me, when I see this data, I look at the potential, right? And thank you for that, because it's very clear to see what is the change, how many are staying, how many are going. So I think that's some of the questions we've had for a long time now. And I think that echoes, the campaign that we're currently doing in this district, the TK. I know a lot of, I used to work at a charter school. A lot of what they did was door knocking. They did more than just social media. And maybe, like, I will knock on doors if you need me to, but they were very good about building relationships with families. And really, it was like a salesperson going to every house to see how many kids do you have under the state. And so I think, I'm not saying we have to do that, but I think it'd be something that we can, I'll volunteer to go knock doors to see what we can do, because when I see this, it shows that the TK through K, that is where we're getting the majority of our kids. And I know I've talked to the board in the past, the mommy and me, even starting them before the TK piece to really, keep them in our district. But yeah, I think I don't have any questions that were asked, but thank you so much for your time and thank you for the presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Reyes, did you have any questions? Oh, you have
Madam President, there's an text message that I received. There was a person on the line. They said that they were on the phone, and I'd like to ask permission if her comments could be read into the record. It's from a teacher.
Yeah. Oh, you have them.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. That's fine.
Okay.
Is that? Sorry. Yeah. So we're done with this presentation. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that you stayed so late. Sorry. I just want to legally. Joe, is it okay if we read that? Okay, perfect.
Okay. Thank you. This is on behalf of Marisol Figueroa. Good evening. My name is Marisol Figueroa, and I'm a dual language teacher at South Ranchito Dual Language Academy. I've been a teacher at South Ranchito for 27 years. For the last 9 years, I've taught in the dual language program. I'm here to ask the board to reconsider a stipend for dual language teachers. The dual language program requires extra demands of its teachers. Significantly, dual language teachers have additional duty of teaching in both English and Spanish, which means we are doing double the work. We are responsible for preparing report cards that assess each student in 2 languages. Our responsibility is to help students develop and grow their academic achievement in both languages. I ask the board to authorize a stipend that fairly compensates dual language teachers for the additional duties we are performing. I ask that the district agree to the union's dual language stipend proposal in the current negotiations. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that. I will move on to item 12B, presentation of the mid-year local control accountability plan, LCAP update from July 1st, 2023 to July 30th, 2024.
We're just missing our CBO for the budget overview for parents.
Good evening, Dr. Villegas, school board members, cabinet and community members. Tonight, we're going to present to you the mid-year LCAP update for the 23-24 school year. You might remember that the last time we presented a mid-year LCAP update was back in 2022. And then we skipped 2023. It wasn't required to be provided last year, but Senate Bill 144 has now put into place an LCAP update mid-year. This means that before February 28th, we must each year provide you with an update and present to you all available metric data and estimated expenditures at the mid-year point. So today we will update you on those two data points. I'll hand it over to our CBO to review with you our budget overview for parents.
Good evening, Board of Trustees of Education, Superintendent Dr. Villegas, cabinet members, and the public. Overall, our budget overview for parents is the amounts that we're reflecting here are based off of first interim. So as we work towards second interim, this information will be updated and is part of our budgeting process where we reflect the different sources of funds and how this applies to the local control funding formula. In general, I would like to answer any questions related to the LCAP.
Can we hold off on questions? You're saying questions for the budget?
Yes, this portion. Or we can hold off till.
Can we hold off to, is that okay? Sorry.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we'll continue with this part of the presentation. So there's going to be two parts. There's going to be the metric part. And at this point, the metrics can fall into three buckets. Either they're unknown at this stage, they might be in progress, or they might be known. Similarly, for the expenditures, they might have not been started yet. They could be in progress, or they might be completed. So those are three statuses that you might see for each of the data points. So our first goal, as you might recall, we've had this goal for 3 years now, is all students will be provided with high quality learning experiences, appropriate instructional materials, equitable learning environments, and access to a broad course of study that fosters academic and interpersonal skills in preparation for college and careers. Many of our goals for this metric are summative, and they're supposed to be focused on the 23-24 school year, but we never have those goals available by June. So what we typically do is we use the year before. So rather than give you unavailable, what we provided here for you are the outcomes for the 22-23 school year. That's the same outcomes that we use every year for our annual updates. So as you can see here, we're listing the College and Career Readiness Dashboard. This one's especially important because this data point has not been available since 2019. The 2019-20 school year. It was released about December 15th of this past year, so it's pretty fresh. When we calculated this, it was right before the new LCAP goal, and it was 45.8. When it was released again in December, it is now 38.8. So the outcome is known. We also have our A through G completion rate, which is 45.2. We have our AP pass rate, our 2-4-year college application rate, and our CT pathway completion. Couple things that I do want to note from here is that for our 2-year and 4-year application rate, we met and exceeded our goal for our desired outcome. For our AP pass rate, we saw a 6% growth. And then I'm going to go ahead to the next set of goals that we have there. Here's where we have the CAS scores. Those are going to be listing the scores from last year. We do not have our interim scores available. Our interim Second interim window starts tomorrow, actually. So that's why those are unavailable at this time. And then the one that I would add is the CAS scores. Those are brand new this year. So we did not have a CAS score metric requirement when we started this LCAP cycle. We do. One highlight there is the high school did meet our desired outcome. Next is, this is the next slide and our final slide for our metrics. So this is going to be some of the, a couple other ones that are known. And so if you look at our graduation rate for last year, it was 93.52. Our goal was 94. We're less than 0.5% of where we wanted to be. Our dropout rate is 4.22. We are unavailable with our Williams complaint because that's a final summative. We need to go the whole year. And then we have our dashboard data listed there. Our final slide for our metrics for goal 1 is going to have our implementation of standards. We're fully implemented in all standards. We have all our instructional materials available. Our facilities have a score of maintain and good repair. And then our appropriately assigned credentialed teachers, 98% are fully credentialed, 99% are properly assigned for this school year. For this goal, we started with 12 actions when we first developed the LCAP, and we have since expanded to 16. We added 4 additional actions this past year. So here we have the first set of actions, which are our instructional, these are the first set of actions that we added for our first goal. And you can see some of the expenditures. Most of them are where you would expect them to be. So about 39 million, we're about at 18 with retaining highly qualified staff. Maintaining class size reduction, we're about half there. Maintaining safe facilities. The expenditures are about where we'd expect them to be for a mid-year checkpoint. These are the second set of expenditures, and these are going to be the next 5 actions, which are instructional materials, which are the manipulated supplemental materials, access to technology, tutoring supports for students, the teacher induction program, English learner content expert, that is a staff member who provides a district support teacher, and staff articulation and collaboration. The last set of expenditures are instructional materials and core content areas. These are some of the newer actions: EduClimber, Comprehensive Data System, and Renaissance Prize. My apologies, that first one is a duplicate where it says instructional materials. It should instead read professional development to support English learners and foster youth with a budgeted amount of 2 million and an estimated expenditure of 375,000. It is correct on the report, but incorrect on the presentation. That's goal 1 with the listed metrics and actions. I will now hand it over to Ms. Castanon, Director of Elementary Education, so she can update you on goal 2 and 3.
Thank you. LCAP Goal 2, its actions and metrics will now be reviewed. Goal 2 states that students, families, and staff will have equitable access to engage socially, emotionally, and academically across all grades and schools in an inclusive, safe, and welcoming environment. The next 5 slides provide a snapshot of the metrics related to LCAP Goal 2 and the mid-year data currently available. As was the case with the previous goal, many of the metrics are summative in nature and thus not currently available. These items are listed as in progress. The metrics included for Goal 2 are staff surveys, EL reclassification rate, LPAC percent scores, and parent surveys. We will now share with you 3 other metrics that we have for Goal 2. There are student surveys that are based on the California Healthy Kids Survey, meaningful participation, student enrollment in advanced and honors classes, as well as CTE courses, and our middle school dropout rate. Our next metric is parent participation in district and site advisory committees. Parent participation in required advisory committees is being tracked and monitored and will provide a final confirmation of compliant participation at year's end. Excuse me, I apologize. As you can see, at mid-year, using the most recent data, our suspension rate is 5.2% and our attendance rate is 92%. 2 of the metrics on this slide are unavailable and at this point in the year.
However, I'd like to point out that the expulsion rate with the most recent data is 0.1%, and that for the same school year, we had an absenteeism rate of 27%. We also use the California Healthy Kids Survey safety as a metric, and we will use staff and parent LCAP survey results to gauge engagement. The next 4 slides provide information regarding the specific planned actions for Goal 2 and related expenditures. Again, it's important to keep in mind that the expenditures reflect costs as of at the end of December 2023. Most of the actions delineated on this slide are well underway as planned, and that progress reflects in the expenditures. As indicated on this slide, we have expanded funds on plan and providing professional development for counselors and maintaining school community liaisons specifically provided for case management for students experiencing homelessness or residing in foster care. Funds planned for supporting extended learning for ELs, low-income students, and foster youth will be expended during the summer to provide a summer school program to address the support that students may need. And we also have parent liaisons at our schools to support parents of ELs, low-income students, and foster youth. We also have numerous actions to support our ELs and our students to be prepared for at school and after graduation. Our final action for Goal 2 reflects what we are doing to support students. Our third LCAP goal is students will leave the El Rancho Unified School District goal-oriented with the ability to think critically and creatively, work collaboratively, communicate effectively, and be civically engaged. We identified the following metrics to help us measure our progress in meeting our third goal: the state civic seal of engagement, the individualized graduation plan, and the individualized culmination plan. We also used our CAP scores in ELA and math, as well as a senior survey asking students if they feel prepared for their post-high school plans as metrics for Goal 2. The other metrics we will use are our ELA and math assessments on the California School Dashboard and our completion rate of A through G courses and CTE pathways. We have identified the following actions to help us meet Goal 3. They are mental health counselors, character development behavior intervention programs, career exploration, academic programs, after-school programs, career tech education expansion, teen core, and dual language immersion programs. We acknowledge and sincerely thank the hard work and dedication of all our staff to support our parents and the resilience of our teachers and students to continue to reach for excellence. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
No, thank you. So we'll do 2 questions. I know it's late, and the rest of the questions, if we have any future questions, we can email them to you as well. Of course. Okay, we'll start this way. Mrs. Mejia.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for highlighting some of the goals that have been met. That's always very positive. I have a question regarding the parent workshops. I know that there's a high amount listed and only not as much expended. I do know that we do have a parent summit, so there'll be some monies going there. So this is the 3rd year, and 300,000 that's it for this year, correct? But I'm hoping maybe we can consider bringing back PK for parents, that type of workshop. I know that there was some parent workshops that were held this year, not much attendance, unfortunately, but I feel that maybe parents would be more open to having something that they're familiar with. So you have PK, you also have Families in Schools, which offer strong programs for parents. And then regarding the TOSAs, I saw that the amount wasn't as high, but is it because there's some TOSAs that are not filled?
No, we had questions about that too. So the TOSAs are all filled, the ones that we have allocated towards that. So we're looking at it because it should be about half of their salaries right now. So we were looking at that a little closer too, because all the TOSA positions that we budgeted are filled. So we'll go back and look at that, but all the budgeted positions are filled right now.
Okay, and then just my last comment question would be, the team court. I've asked before, but I haven't received any information, so if you can provide some information. I'm sure the rest of the board would want to hear the status of the team court and where we're at with that. Thank you.
I think we don't have, we'll talk. I don't think we have any further information on the teen court program.
I'll provide an update on sure.
Thank you. Mr. Contreras?
Thank you for the report. Just a little clarification on the facilities of maintaining good repair. That report, is that from previous or is that like this mid-year? Because the information that we received, there's is a little different. So I just want to see if it, how it's, is it an average of all of them? Because there's some that are poor this year.
Yes, the report that was recently submitted is not what is reflected on this LCAP. Again, the data is from the first half of the year. We are working in doing some evaluations, improving in the communication and assisting our schools with the facilities related issues that have been presented. So to answer your question, this report that is included is a prior report. The new report was recently submitted.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on that because that has a direct view on what, if I was as a parent looking to come to this district, I go onto the school site and it gives you a report of how each facility is doing. So it bears a big burden as far as to the decision of many parents who are looking to come to our district. And look, so I would hope that we would, number one, be able to correct the issues that are going on at all the schools, and number two, be able to report the correct information that, you know, every school has to report, whether it be good or bad. I don't want to misinform anybody. So thank you for that information. And thank you for clarifying.
And if I just may add one last thing, the reporting requirements that for the FIT program changed last year. And so the way it tabulates, it's much different than what we're used to in years prior. So again, we will make sure that the corrections are made.
Yeah, and I guess what I would ask for in the future also is to, like, if we're gonna do a presentation or report like this, to have updated information, to have the most up to date. If not, it really doesn't tell us anything because we're using information that's outdated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaFarga?
Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question along the lines of the budget items and the expenditures for those that are significantly underspent. What's our plan to catch up to the spending on the dollars available, or what happens to the money if we don't?
So I'll answer the question about how much is spent. We are currently working on getting a tabulated list of all people employed in the district and identifying and making those adjustments. So that reporting will be updated.
You mean that it'll show that more dollars have been spent?
Correct.
Okay, good. And I appreciate that because I mean, there's certain buckets that they're high need items or situations that we can support, and you know, that's a $300 budget and we spent 70. So we'd love to see that, you know, we're taking full advantage of it. The other clarification I want to ask is, if I'm reading this correctly, I'm just going to take one for example. A through G completion rate, our baseline is 50%. Our desired outcome is 60, and our mid-year update is 45%, right? So that's a significant gap in our desired outcome. Are we done with it? It says outcome is known. Is that it? Is that the outcome?
So the outcome is known for last year's class.
For last year's class.
And we'll have to submit and get the annual update approved by you before the end, before July 1st. So before July 1st, we won't have the A through G rate for the class of 2024. So it's known in the sense of the last final data that we will be able to provide you will be for the class of 2023. Of course, we're still working on it.
Right.
We have the A through G completion grant. I think this year's class will exceed the rate that you have there, but the last final data that we will be able to provide you for the annual update will be that.
Will be in July or
Well, so the new data will probably be available in July.
in July, okay.
And maybe even a little bit later because some kids do come to summer school to improve Ds, right? So it might be a little bit later, but that's gonna be an ongoing thing. So when we do the new LCAP, A through G, completion is also gonna be a metric. That's gonna be an ongoing one.
Okay.
But I wanted you, we could have turned in unavailable, but we wanted to be transparent and give you all the data.
Right, no, I appreciate that. I just wanted to get a sense of
Oh,
like,
yeah, no, that one's gonna keep going, but we're not gonna have between now and June, whenever the second board meeting is in June, we won't have any newer data because the class of 2024 won't be done with their grades.
right. And some of these are test driven, et cetera, right? The other pieces, they may not, like what strategies are we employing to move the needle? Would be great just to have a sense, especially around the parent engagement piece, whatever it is.
I think the other piece that's important is when we set our metrics, we set them based on the data really from 18-19 when we started, then the pandemic hit, and we took a dip. And so for some of these, we had our year one outcome data that went down and we've been picking up. So we've been improving. So sometimes it might look like our data right now it's not as high as what we started, but it's on the uptake from where we were 2 years ago.
Post pandemic. I appreciate the context too. I guess the last question for me is, do we set the desired outcome for ourselves?
We do. And in some cases, we were very bold. And in some cases, I think we're gonna push we did great with the 2-year and 4-year. Some of them, when I go back and look at that 70% pass rate for AP, that's very ambitious. Some of them, I think we could go a little bit more aggressive. Some of them, I think we could have been a little bit more, conservative.
Yeah, and I asked that because the baseline and the desired outcome is, it's good. We want stretch goals. We want stretch goals for ourselves, as a district, so.
We do, and I think having gone through it for 3 years, I think we understand it a little bit better. And we have better context to set those goals this time around.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Marino?
Well, here we are again. Thank you for all this hard work that you've done. A couple of questions real fast. For the graduation, the dropout rate, the desired outcome is 2% right now, reflects a 4.22. So we're not doing as well as we hoped we would. So I'm sure that interventions or something is being done to address this issue, as well as other issues such as, where did I see that? There were other areas that I'm concerned about. So now looking at the ELA and math assessments on the dashboard. I'm looking here for the ELA, we have a 7.1 decrease for 22-23 as opposed to 4.6 increase for 2021. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
So which goal?
I'm looking at goal 1 metrics for the ELA assessment dashboard for the 3rd through 8th. So we have 11. We have a 7.1 point decrease in 22-23, whereas we had a 4.6 increase in 18-19. So that again reflects a decline. Are we factoring in the fact that we had COVID in between?
All right, so I'm looking at my handy sheet where this is the part where I get to cheat. I have all 3 of the last year, so I brought this just in case.
Okay.
So, yeah, so when we started in 18-19, we had a plus 4.6, and that kept us, that was the next year, because next year we didn't have data, right? So then when we get to our year 2 outcome, we look at a drop of negative, we dropped 8.4. And then this past year was minus 0.71. And so again, we did drop, but it's a less significant drop than what we had seen the previous year. So we are, and our goal was a 3-point increase. Right? So those are all the things that we're working towards in light of everything that we have been seeing. So what we're really looking for are those little highlights, the little sparks of we're growing. So that's why the interim assessments are so important to us. So where we're finding those, okay, here's where we're seeing the growth, here's where it's improving. But like you said, with the dropout rate and that graduation rate, we want it to be at but we're at 4.22, where the year before was 3.8. So we do have work to do. I know Dora and I talking about the resources for our foster students, right? Well, other ways, there's the reduced credits that we can look at, different things that we can do for our kids. Some of the conversations that we've been having with our students, what are other resources, interventions, programs that we can look at?
Right, and both as directors of curriculum and instruction really have your work cut out for you, but I'm glad, I was glad to hear what you're saying. You're looking at the halfway point to see what needs to be done before we get to the final line now to do the corrective action. I also, have seen some of the expenditures, as opposed to the budgeted, fund. It's in the professional development for teachers. It seems like, you had 2 million and thus far you're only at 375,000. Perhaps that's something that you also want to look at because our teachers, we want to be where we want to be the second half where we said we would be, then this is very critical, the professional development. Because there are other areas here, the staff articulation and collaboration, you're at 529 and you had budget of 1.5 million. That is key to student academic success, the articulation and the collaboration, right? And I don't have to tell you something you already know.
You're absolutely right, Dr. Marino. I think the only other thing we want to keep in mind is we have categorical and other funds that we're also using and that are not reflected in the LCAP. So for example, today we pulled out all our ethnic studies teachers to work, and that's not reflected here because it's through the ethnic studies grant. All the work that our counselors are doing, that's all the A through G success grant. That's not reflected here. So there is other things that are happening, money that we're spending, but might not be reflected here. Our teachers are going to CABE starting tomorrow. That's all Title III, Title II. So we are using some of the funds, but it's not reflected here because it's categorical funds that we're trying to use up. So, and it may seem like you have all this money. No, we don't. But we're just trying to make sure that we're, using it appropriately and money that might run out.
Right.
So trust us, we're trying to use as much as we can.
And it makes sense. Wow. So I'm really concerned with the EL reclassification and the LPAC percent proficiency scores. The data shows only a 6.7% reclassification as opposed to the previous numbers. And the desired outcome is 22%.
For which one, Dr. Marino, with?
This is the EL reclassification rate and the proficiency scores for the LPAC.
So the EL reclassification rate, the 6.7, so that's pending. That's still going to go up because we have still more students are going to reclassify.
Okay.
So that one's still pending.
Okay.
I also would like to point out that our EL student graduation rate did go up 7% this past year. So we have, see, that's not reflected here because we don't share out. We're just required to share out graduation rate, but not to pull it out by different groups. But that was a big one for me. I was jumping up and down the hall. So we are seeing some gains, but yes, the reclassification, we're not done yet with reclassification. With this new screener, that the new assessment, the screener is coming out, and with the new interim assessment, that's another opportunity for our kids to reclassify. So that one has nowhere to go but up.
Right. And our absenteeism rate is really high. And this is money.
That was based on last year. That was the most recent data we have, and we're hoping that as soon as that new data is released, we have been able to reduce that significantly.
And Nora, I don't know if you want to add anything else about the work that your office has been doing with attendance.
Well, and not only that, we're coming off of the requirements from public health in terms of COVID and what we were requiring students to do when they had any symptoms. Those things have changed, or the regulations are changing. We are asking families to send the kids to school, even if they have a slight cough or they're not symptomatic in terms of fever. So yes, we are doing that. We're also, we have attendance interns at each school site that are doing case management they remove any barriers or challenges that families have.
And Dr. Marino, if I just can add one more thing. Last year for the mid-year update, was that last year at the mid-year? We had 73 students as of March 3rd who had reclassified. That turned into 213 students by the end of the year. Right now, by February 8th, we're at 77 students already. So I'm hoping that turns into about 230 by the end of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple comments and questions really quick. So
I feel like and I know this was mentioned, the college and career dashboard, I feel like it doesn't really reflect who we are, the score that we're giving, because I'm hearing, we have this many students that are taking these courses, you have this many people that are applying to school, so I really hope that we can look into for next year. I just feel like it doesn't reflect this, and that's disheartening, but I know you're working on that. My second comment is, I know you said that expenditures, it's gonna change, but if we really, really want to move the needle, you all know that the after-school intervention or, Saturday school or summer school, whatever that is, the outside the classroom. And so I know there's a big budget for the support for small group instruction, the extended learning piece. I hope, are we doing more to get more teachers to provide tutoring, like one-on-one? Because I know we have tutoring.com and I think it's great, but there's nothing like a teacher, right? To really the intervention students. So are we promoting that? Like, are teachers willing to do it? Like, how's that going?
That's different at each site. Each site has a different plan, like the middle schools have a pretty standard plan where they create a board item for all teachers to provide tutoring after school. I have worked with Rancho High School. They're very interested in improving reading comprehension and creating a plan to address that. So we're working with them on that note. I'm going to add for elementary, what it looks like.
When we talk to our elementary principals, they do say they offer after-school tutoring if teachers are available to tutor, but we are still working to see what different options we have to be able to meet their needs and our students need. And by needs, I mean the commitment after school if they have other engagements to make it work for all sites, but we do work with them to try to make sure they offer it to our students.
Yeah, because I think that's, do we have to raise the price? Like, do we have to pay them or like what it is? Because I see it on here, we have money. And we know that if we really want to move the needle, that's the number one place. Outside of the classroom intervention, it's after school or, something. So I just want to comment on that. The other thing, Mr. LaFarge already asked the question of like, what happens? That was my question. What happens if we don't spend money? So you already addressed that. My other, question is, I hear a lot of like, this is the data, but we're actually, can we at all, like when you provide the mid-year LCAP, are you allowed to provide comments like, but, we had 73 students that graduated, like, or is it just, these are the numbers and that's it?
Well, the thing with the mid-year LCAP is the requirement is this, we don't have to submit it anywhere.
Oh, okay.
We just were required to present it, the report, but we don't have to submit it anywhere. The annual update we'll submit and that's where we'll, explain everything and do our narrative and all that. But this is just required for the community and for the board to have just an update of, so you guys can say to us, hey, make sure you spend that money. Where are we here? It's just for the community to be aware of what progress we've made, what progress we haven't, and so that everybody could be informed of where we are.
Then I guess my suggestion would be if we can include that, right? Because I feel like these data points, again, they don't reflect everything. And I think like echoing, if it is for the community, right? Putting like a section, like a comment or something that we have, this and this and this and this, so that it does reflect what we're doing. So that would be my only suggestion. That's all. I want to be equitable because I know they took a little longer. Do you have any last minute question? Okay, ask.
I do. So I saw another district have their spreadsheet the way all the districts have it, right? And I really liked what they did is that they highlighted their little cells with yellow, green, or red. So it was boom, you saw, oh, yeah, like that. I mean, if you could do that for the community as well, I think it just pops. It's like, oh my goodness, look, we're doing so well here. Because right away you want to see that color, right?
Lego gave us the template. My temptation is put all 3 years on it so you can see the story.
I think,
but they said just keep it simple, just keep it 1 year because you don't see the story. You don't see you went here, you went down, you went up. But so the template that we keep with 3 years data tells us like they've gone up, we've gone down, we've stayed neutral.
Got it. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is I know that you mentioned there's other actions, and I thought that was embedded also in the LCAP as far as not contributing.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, like you mentioned the A3G grant, the ethnic studies. So can that also be added and just listed as not contributing? That way, again, you're seeing like the whole picture of everything, and like President Perez was saying, well, you're not telling the whole picture, or people don't know that you have more professional development that is happening and is occurring.
So there's two things there. I think so there's actions that are contributing and not contributing. And then what I was referencing to is there's different funding sources. So the funding sources, these are what we have included here is all our LCFF funding. Those are more categorical funding that aren't part of it. Those are either grants, for example, we have those two big grants that are almost $500,000, which are our middle college grant and our CCAP grant. That's paying for a lot of what we're doing with dual enrollment. That's not reflected here. So the way that we're able to pay for a lot of the trips that we do to Rio Hondo and that's not part of that because that's a grant that's going to expire. We don't put it here, but we can include in the narratives. I think that would be a great place to put it is we're also it's not an expenditure, it's not an action, but we're supplementing this. So if you can see, we have college and career readiness. And one of the things that we list is dual enrollment. We don't pay for our field trips to Rio Hondo, for the polos that we're gonna buy the kids, for all the things that we're gonna do through the LCFF funding or through the LCAP, but we can list it there through the grant. So we can do that's a great idea.
That'd be great. And then just my final thing is as far as CTE, ROP reported our pathway completion is higher. They said, and I don't know how they quantified it, but they put 71% for El Rancho Unified and 46% for Whittier Union. So when I saw the number that was listed, I'm like, whoa, that's a huge difference.
I'll go back and check because we get ours from our CalPATS report. So that's always the interesting thing is is it CTE completion among all our kids or just the kids that start the CTE pathway? So I'll call Daniel from Tri-Cities and I'll check that because we have that one and we also have the number of kids that complete A through G and CTE.
Right.
That's a super interesting one.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate, it is a lot of information and like, you know, what was said and like I stated on the beginning, I would like to see the little side notes, the buts, you know, all that good stuff, you know, because this is something that, albeit it's a midterm and it's only being presented here, it's made available, as I understand, right, to the parents. So, I mean, as a parent, I'd like to read into, okay, the good and the bad, and if there is a bad, what are we doing to fix it? So that when we do have to report, at least there's a plan to be able to fix that. So thank you for the presentation again.
Thank you. And I know it's a lot of work. I mean, 31 pages. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Louis, may I comment? Okay, I'd like to request, and thank you, Ms. Mejia, for bringing that up in terms of the color, since it is for the community. My comment was gonna be that, I see that you have yellow in ELA and orange for math. We know what yellow and orange means, but for the community, they need to know. What I would like to request with the board's approval, it's when you share with us for the last 3 years in colors, so that the board can see how we've done across these 3 years. If the board, thank you.
You mean academically? You mean with the?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Cheat sheet you have there. Thank you.
You want my sheet?
Well,
want the
with
story.
yeah. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay. Moving on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, board, let me know how you feel. That's what I'm gonna try, because I know it's late. 1 minute, we're gonna try it to give our board updates.
We're gonna skip it all together because it's not gonna happen.
30 seconds. Let's try for 1 minute. I know it's late. We still have to go back to closed sessions. Let's try it. Try it. Please. We'll start this way. Ms. Dr. Moreno. You can share it with the board update. You can share it with Doctor. You can share it with us. Just 1 minute of just what you did, what we want to talk about, just because I know we still have to get to the agenda. We still have
Okay, so I do know that teachers need a raise more than they need praise, but I do want to say this. We heard all the accomplishments. Actually, we heard from Ms. Carrion, everything that's happening here. And I was compiling what has happened since the last board meeting. And so much has taken place in terms of all the accomplishments that we heard. And when you hear them piecemeal, at least for me, you don't appreciate it. But when you put them all together, it really, really paints a picture of excellence here in our district. And I want to quote what I read in one of the postings, that El Rancho is a beacon of excellence. We are a beacon of light guiding the young minds to their destination. We have only 50 days left of instruction, right? So it is about what are we gonna do in those 50 days? And I want to say this, focus, as a teacher, focus on those students that are at the tipping point of exceeding standards, because that will move the needle. I would say, teachers, you're doing a phenomenal job. This is more praises, but I say focus on those students because that will make all the difference. And in helping us to become even better than we are now. And we don't need to hope and put our hope on birth rates. If we move that needle, the students will come to the district. So we don't have to wait for birth rates. We can do it now. Thank you.
That is an accomplishment. Woo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Mr. LaFarga.
I'll build on your comments because I wanna, having seen the academic decathlon celebration or banquet, the Rivera Middle School Schools to Watch event, and all the updates regarding our cheer team winning national, my takeaway is the joy of our students and their accomplishments and their pride. When I saw the students at the academic decathlon, I mean, they were beaming. They were beaming along with their parents. It was just an amazing thing to watch. Same thing at Rivera Middle School, the pride that the students showed in their school and their accomplishment for being recognized. And the same for, our cheer team who, I mean, national, come on, I mean, national, that's an undefeated season. That's quite an accomplishment. So we're providing our students with a lot of opportunity to succeed and excel. And it brings me joy that they themselves really embraced their moment in their success. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and also acknowledging, the advocacy that happened today on behalf of our teachers and putting their work in a broader context. And a big takeaway is their commitment to the work and to serve our students to the best of their ability. So I just wanted to recognize it and acknowledge them as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaFarga. Sorry, Mr. Contreras.
I'm gonna try to speed it up. Okay, so I do a visit at Bernie with the chief of police, and I did visit Miss Gallegos also after the fire. The huge damage was done not only in the little storage area, but in the cafeteria that's adjacent, or I'm sorry, connected right to it. So first of all, I want to thank the community members, and I did get a name, but I forgot the community member that actually saw the person who started the fire and reacted promptly, because had not that community member, we talk about see something, say something, responded so promptly, this could have been bigger than it was. And I'm sure we're going to get an update as far as to where we are there. A huge congratulations to the academic decathlon team for placing second overall, for the multitude of medals. And I'm just going to read, Mr. Melgar sent me the actual medals that were collected. It was 34 individual, 2 top decathlete medals, 1 medal for top overall decathlete from our team, 1 plaque, 3rd place most improved team, which is huge. The score of 5,816 points, trophy for 2nd place in the super quiz, including 9 medals, and a trophy for 2nd place overall. So that was an awesome accomplishment by the academic decathlon team. I did get a chance to go see them perform in the super quiz. They are just phenomenal, and I think that they're doing a great job. So kudos to them. Mr. Melgar, Mr. Francis, and just a little side note, Maya Elias not only being named as the Boys and Girls Club, her accomplishments there, but she is also on the academic. She has time to be on the academic decathlon on the side as well. So kudos to her. Congratulations to her. Rancho Sports is on the way. They're off to a great start. We had many great games this week. Congratulations, as was said, to the varsity cheer team for capping off a perfect season and winning nationals out of 31 teams. I know there's more news to come as far as that's concerned, so I'll end that there. My last one is Future Dawn Night. I attended that as well. It was a huge success. A lot of parents, a lot of students, a lot of hopefully future El Rancho High School students that will be going there. Parents came out to visit all the booths and speak to the teachers, all the administrators on site that were there for support. Extra shout out to the El Rancho PTO for being there and giving out information as well. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Mrs. Mejia?
Yes, so piggybacking on Vice President Contreras, yes, Rising Dawn Night was very successful. I just want to highlight the Dual Enrollment Business Academy. Ms. Lugo did a wonderful presentation for this, parents and students, and she reported that it was full all the time when they did all the different presentations. So kudos to the administrators, the teachers, for putting a great Rising Dawn night. So on February 10th, I became certified, but not only myself, but community members such as Ms. Saavedra and also Principal Ms. Gallegos. She became certified as well. There was also a person, someone that works at El Rancho High School. So with that, I just want to recommend if we can look into Teen Cert, and I'll do that as a future agenda item. I also wanted to highlight our youth that attended the historic Whittier Boulevard Draft stakeholder meeting. We have youth ambassadors from both El Rancho and Salazar. Also wanted to highlight Supervisor Janice Hahn's Latino Golfers Initiative that kicked off this past Saturday. And guess who was in attendance? Maya and Kimberly. Both of them are in the golf team, and they represented El Rancho and the district wonderfully. So the Latina Golfers Initiative is to expose women and girls to golf, because that is a sport where business activities happen, and it's just elevating opportunities for our students, and it just kicked off. There is a middle school that they already have, Suba Elementary, but there's an opportunity for one of our middle schools to also participate. So I'm hoping that we could jump on that, because that would be great. As many opportunities for our students, the better. I didn't get to attend the celebration for Rivera Middle School for their amazing work that they did for Schools to Watch, but I just want to say congratulations to them. And congratulations, of course, obviously, to the academic decathlon for their historic placing, simply amazing. Same with cheer, national, state, and CIF champs. The girls' CIF soccer team, I did attend the game versus Cyprus, and it was so exciting. And I just want to see that these girls have such big heart, and they're wonderful. Lastly, public service announcement. The city is doing a climate action plan meeting this Saturday on February the 24th. I think Ms. Carrion mentioned that that's one of their PBL climate action. So this would be great for them. It is Saturday again, 2/24 from 9 to 11 at People Park. Finally, there is a historic Whittier Boulevard plan public comment that is currently open, and it ends on 2/29. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Really quick, echoing what my colleague said. Huge congratulations to the decathlon team and cheer team. I think we should be on the news, and that is a personal goal of mine. Like, we should not just be highlighting here at the board. Like, I'm so tired of the other cities getting acknowledgements for, not smaller stuff, but we have these huge, like you said, opportunities for our students. Like, I am going to ask if we can look into really getting us on the news, getting us on the map, because they need to be they need to have that moment to shine. I really want to make sure that our students are getting that outside appreciation and gratitude that they highly deserve. I did go to the Rivera School to Watch, which is so enlightening, because that's where I went to middle school. So it was good to see the turnaround. Thank you to Dr. Rincon Ventura for everything she's doing for the schools and the staff to get that award. It's huge. Now we have 2 out of 3. We need 1 more. So that's great. Again, another reason I'm like, oh, we need to sell our district. And then last, just I want to make sure the teachers and staff that were here today, that we hear you, especially the former teacher. I totally hear you. Even the dual language teachers, I echo a lot of what they say. I was a dual language. I taught 7th and 8th grade in math, and it was a lot of work because there were not enough resources. And so I do hope that we provide resources, that we provide conferences, because I know it's not as accessible, especially with Common Core. So I do hope that when we go into negotiations, we're taking that into account. And lastly, May 19th on Sunday, there's a group of El Rancho alumni that were in band before. I had no idea that Jose Hernandez, who's like famous for his mariachi, was an El Rancho band member, which I did. So they're going to be having an event on Sunday. I think they're going to be talking at the next board meeting, but it's great to see that our community is coming together to advocate and fundraise for our programs. And so just wanted to highlight that, and that is all. Thank you. All right, Dr. Villegas, we are moving on to number 14, comments and reports by Superintendent Cap.
Thank you. You know what, I will be making this very short, guys. I think everything has been said. So our community has heard exactly what is happening in our schools. And there's so many great things and so many celebrations happening as well. You want to say, one of my highlights today was I got to meet with students with the student advisory, and it's always a wonderful thing to see and hear their hopes and dreams for the future of our schools. Also, I just want to inform everyone, we're going to be coming back with our podcast. So we have a podcast scheduled for this next Thursday, and we'll be working with our students to continue to speak with them. Topic is also going to be on artificial intelligence as well, so that we can kind of learn as to what they are doing related to that. But again, congratulations to our students, to our teachers, for really doing all the fantastic things that are going on in our schools. And you said it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vegas. All right, moving on to item 15, consent agenda. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the regular session. Sorry, what am I doing? Sorry, I need a motion for the consent agenda. Actually,
I would like to.
oh, sorry, that's what I was gonna ask. Are there any items to pull? Sorry.
15F1.1.8.
Sorry, say one more time, 15F.
Sure. 15F as in Frank, 1.1.A as in apple.
Okay. Any others? Any other items to pull? Awesome. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Contreras, seconded by Mr. LaFarga. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. Motion passes 5-0. So we'll move on to 15F. 1A, correct? Okay. So can I get a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Mrs. Mejia, seconded by Mr. Contreras. Discussion?
I will need to abstain from this item.
Okay, perfect. So any questions, discussion? All right, so we'll take a vote. Mr. Contreras?
Yes.
Sorry, Mrs. Mejia?
Yes,
Thank you. Abstain. All right, Perez, yes. Mr. LaFarga?
Yes.
Dr. Marino?
Yes.
Perfect. So motion passes 4, 1 abstained. Moving on to item 16, new business action items, superintendent's office, number 1. Adopt resolution number 33, 2023-2024, in recognition of February as Black History Month. Dr. Vegas, do you have somebody who will be reading?
Yes, Mr. Cochran is actually going to be reading a resolution.
Thank you. As generations of Black Americans have contributed to the growth and the development across our country, across all aspects of life, and as a result, we've all benefited from these contributions and how they've shaped our culture and lives. Black culture is at the core of who we are as a nation, and Black history is a part of American history, and as educational leaders, we have the responsibility to educate students both about the role and contribution of African Americans in history throughout the entire year, including giving credit to those who deserve it, as well as acknowledging the aspects of African American history that are often ignored, and embracing the founding principle that we are all created equal. The El Rancho School District is committed to equity in our curriculum and advancing and nurturing the potential of African American students and all students in career and community to improve their educational success. So I'm proud to present for consideration a resolution number 33-2023-2024 in recognition of February as Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is celebrated every February as tribute to the achievements of African Americans who have shaped American history from 1619 to the election of the first Black president and vice president of the United States of America in 2008 and 2020 respectively, and beyond. And whereas a week was chosen in February of 1926 to celebrate Black history as it acknowledged the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, both of who were recognized as champions of freedom and equality for all. Whereas in the late 1960s, America experienced the civil rights movement, and prominent civil rights activists supported the evolution of the week into an entire month. And whereas, despite the African slave trade that created an institution of slavery in this nation, African Americans have nonetheless continued to persevere and move forward in society, fighting for their freedom and equality and for the freedom of all Americans. And whereas African Americans have played a pivotal role in the history and shaping of America, whose contributions should not be understated or marginalized. And whereas African Americans have been pivotal in the creation of a massive number of inventions and are recognized for achievements in education, social services, public safety, health, business, fine arts, entertainment, science, politics, law, engineering, and technology. And whereas African Americans have continually enriched and contributed to our society through their longstanding commitment to resilience, justice, equality, civil rights, and economic and social equality for all. And whereas Black history is a part of American history, and as educational leaders, we have a responsibility to educate our students about the role and contribution of African Americans in history throughout the entire year, including embracing aspects of African American history that we are all too often ignored. And whereas the El Rancho Unified School District is committed to equity in our curriculum and advancing nurturing the potential of African American and all students in career and community to improve their educational outcomes. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the El Rancho Unified School District hereby support this resolution to recognize Black History Month, honor the contributions of African Americans, and support the educational attainment of African American and all students, adopted by the El Rancho Unified School District Governing Board of Education in Pico Rivera, California, by resolution number 33-2023-2024 on this 20th February 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. School board members, are there any comments? Questions? Okay. So let's take it to a vote. Sorry, can I get a motion? Second. So moved by Dr. Marino, seconded by Mrs. Mejia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Madam President, I know it's late, but the first paragraph on the resolution, 2008 and 2020 respectively. Am I reading it correctly? Should be 2016. No, 20.
The first.
About the vice president.
Oh, the vice president.
Yeah.
Oh, then I stand corrected.
Then,
Well, is it, oh, never mind. Yes, thank you. It's clarified. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's okay. Let's just do it one more time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item 2, 2024 California School Board Members Association CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. So I know we have a couple delegates. We need oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Esther, for being nice. We need can I get a motion? So moved.
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Mejia, seconded by Dr. Marino. Let's open up for discussion to comments. Board members, any?
Maybe it'd be helpful if you read the rationale.
Yes. Give me 1 second. All right, so Rancho Unified School District is within CSBA's Delegate Assembly Region 24, Southwest Crescent Los Angeles County, which has 6 seats available for election this year. The board is requested to vote for persons to fill these seats from the list of candidates. CSBA has provided each candidate's biographical sketch and a resume. Ballots must be postmarked by March 15th. The names of newly elected delegates will be available on the website by May 11, 2024. As of now, the candidates that we have is Dr. Elma Karina Castro from Linwood, Jaime Lopez, Whittier Union HSD, Ms. Esther Mejia from El Rancho, Alicia McNano from Santa Monica, Malibu, Ann Phillips from Lawndale ESD, Linda Salomon Saldana, and then I believe we also had like a write-in for Mr. John Contreras for El Rancho Unified School District. So our goal is pretty much to approve up to 6 delegates. Yes, and as of now, we have, I believe, 7, correct? Just to make sure I have that right. Any discussion?
So we have 6.
Yeah, so we have these 6. The 7th is John. So he's the writing candidate.
Then we vote.
Yeah, so we're gonna vote for 6 of the 7 in a way.
Well,
So we'll do, let's go. Thumbs up for Esther May. Oh, let me just do that. Okay, we'll put it. Thumbs up for John.
yes.
Yes, okay. I'll ask Jenny. All right, so in that case, we have 4 left. We have Dr. Alma Karina, Jaime Lopez, Alicia Mignano, Anna Phillips, and Linda Salomon. So is there any? Jaime Lopez from Whittier? I echo that. He's a great. Okay, so we have Jaime, Esther, John. We need 3 more.
And I'd like to nominate Dr. Castro from Linwood.
Are we okay with Ms. Castro? Dr. Castro, sorry? Okay.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Ann Phillips from Lawndale.
Good with Lawndale? Perfect. 1 more. So it's between Alicia Mignano and Linda Salomon Saldana Downey. So yeah, I was gonna say Downey reflects a little bit closer. So we're good, Downey?
I know.
Awesome. So just to reiterate, we have Dr. Alma Karina Castro, Mr. Jaime Lopez, Mrs. Esther Mejia. We have 2 out of 7. That's all. 2 out of 6. That's awesome. And Phillips, Linda Salomon Saldana, and Mr. John Contreras. All in favor? Oh wait, I need a motion or do I? I already did. Okay, so we just take a vote. Okay, can we get a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Congrats. Well, yeah, nice, but we'll get there. All right, moving on to recommendations for future agenda items. Board members, are there any items that you want to recommend? Esther?
Yeah. So I have a, discussion action item for CalKids. CalKids is a program that is offered by the state, and I think that it's, something that we need to, well, I would like to have an action and discussion item on CalKids. Thank you.
Okay, by Mr. Contreras.
Then the second item that I have is, a discussion action item to, pursue, funding again for, the kinder reading book bag that we did, a couple of years ago.
I'll second that. Any others?
I do that.
Yeah.
I just wanted, if possible, get an update on security camera. Not only going up at El Rancho, but in lieu of the fire that went on, and I know that the people there in that area were scrambling, not only the police, but school personnel and neighbors were scrambling to get video of what actually happened there. We can get an update on the cameras that are going up and a future plan of if we do plan to have one for cameras going up at the elementaries and the middle schools as well.
I'll second.
And one item, Madam President, since it deals with security, our chief of police would take a look at all of the schools, the parameters in terms of what we heard today at the podium and get an update on that, please, if I need a second. Thank you.
I have one informational, I believe. I'm curious, so echoing with the event that was happening with the band, there's a lot of questions about what are we doing about the band room? Because it was destroyed by, previous, the past. But right now where the band room students are practicing is not, it's not suitable for them. And so I just wanted to get some information as to what is the plan, what are we doing in the future? I can have a second.
Second.
Thank you. That's all. Okay, we are not going to adjourn because we have to go back to closed session, but thank you so much. I know it's a long meeting, but thank you, thank you, thank you. Just a reminder, the next board meeting will not be March 5th, it will be March 12th. So we'll see you in about 3-4 weeks. Thank you. 1119, all in favor, say aye.
I move.
Oh, sorry.
I
need a
second.
motion. Moved by Dr. Marino, seconded by, Mrs. Mejia, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0, have a good night. Thank you.